All right, we are live. Oh, I look horrible. Good. I feel horrible. Ugh. Trying to see that we are running here on Rumble, but it does not look like we are exactly running on Rumble yet. It's weird. Rumble's weird sometimes. Crowder. New one for Crowder. It says I'm live on here. There we go. Okay, finally. Eesh. All right. It showed up finally. Got all our X posts out, Facebook posts out. I guess I should do an Instagram post, huh? Forgive me. I forget about Instagram all the time. Body is hurting. That's why we're in the glitchy mood today. Some classics. All right. Got our Instagram posts. Got our Facebook posts. We're showing up on Rumble now. Quick kick and Twitch. Rumble. Good to go. Oh, we're line K. Okay, we are going to be watching some George. I actually don't know what his last name is. I just know him as George. Been enjoying his commentary lately. He's got some good conservative takes. Yeah, give him a watch and see what he's talking about. Apparently, Mom Donnie met with President Trump today, which is crazy. Never thought that would happen. I gotta clean off a lot of my computer components. They're get covered in dust. My router's covered in dust. My rad is covered in dust. I see it through the fans. I blew it out like 2 weeks ago, and it's still covered. Sheesh. Probably just need to pull everything apart and actually clean it. That's body willing. If my body is willing. With you, may the force be with you. Sure my microphone's still all the way up because for some reason every time there's an update on this darn computer, probably an MD update too, isn't there? But can't do that while streaming, it'll screw everything up. Okay.
Gentlemen, President Trump just had his highly anticipated meeting with Zohran Mamdani, the incoming mayor of New York City. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but for the first time in my life, I loved what the press did today. Zohran was blood in the ocean, and they were
sharks.
yeah,
they I did see little clips of this. They were like after
Texas
him.
Barbecue with the sauce and everything, smoke everywhere. Trump was probably sitting there like, man,
he was enjoying it.
This moment right here was just gold.
Quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that goes.
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. You know, I mean, he's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes, and driving takes you a long time.
Mr. President,
like
why did you
5 hours.
rescue him? We needed him to answer for his Green New scam. Another socialist hypocrite. Come on, Zohran, you believe in the Green
we
New
called
scam.
it.
You want
It was
public
called.
transport for everybody. Why aren't you using it?
He was just playing the game to get
Same
elected.
thing as asking Bernie Sanders why he's always going off on the rich when he owns multiple homes across the country. Maybe you guys are a little too young. You know, older, wiser people like me would remember this, but the socialists used to attack the millionaires. They used to say the
now it's the billionaires because they are the
destroying our
millionaire.
country. They're greedy millionaires. But if you noticed, they transitioned like Bruce Jenner to Caitlyn to attacking the billionaires. So now it's the billionaires, the greedy billionaires. And you know why that is?
Because they're the
Because all
millionaires.
the socialists became millionaires. Very soon, Bernie Sanders' net worth is going to be $1 billion. And he's going to start complaining
A lot of
about
people
the
I know
trillionaires.
got fooled by that,
You
man.
thought that moment was good? This one right here was just fireworks. Jack Posobiec, an excellent gentleman. Every time I've talked to him, just a very cool guy. This question right here is what I've been waiting on the media to finally confront Zohran Mamdani on.
One of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about.
Hey, Trump just knows he's getting cooked.
Look at Trump, he's smiling about that one.
I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that
This guy's better dodging questions than Floyd Mayweather with punches. Like, oh my gosh, he's doing the Philly shell and everything.
Yeah,
man.
he doesn't want
Neo
to
from the
answer
Matrix.
any of those questions at the White House.
Zohran, you can be honest for once.
I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only
What? It can't even stand up in court? When has that been challenged?
It
If it
hasn't
couldn't
been
stand
challenged.
up in court, then it wouldn't exist.
Exactly.
Oh, what a dork.
building more housing, but also making sure that
That's my issue with
regulation of housing is
Pennsylvania.
something that is
We were promised
manageable to actually
no
get through,
property
not the cause
taxes
of yet
to get
another
rid of that and whatnot. Still got him. Many years later
To be
after
very
this
clear,
dude got elected.
No, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of
And they
intent.
need to go.
So you
Property
intend to tax
taxes
the
are
neighborhood.
ridiculous.
No, we intend to create a fair
Just
property
increase
tax system
the-
because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable.
The
but
tax
also one
on
that every
regular
American
goods by a
How would it
percent or
be fair
two,
if you're taxing white people more? What's fair about
instead of
punishing people who
6%,
make
make it
slightly
8%.
more than everybody else?
There
if
you
they
go.
back up and leave and the new massive tax burden gets passed on to poorer people, is that going to be fair for them too? Why am I even bothering myself trying to rationalize this? He's a socialist. Their economics don't have to make sense.
No.
They just need enough gullible voters.
So they just need to be able to steal from one to give to the other.
To vote for them, and then they take power and ruin everything. Trump looks proud of Jack Posobiec. Zoran said some other things that I thought were interesting.
You say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes.
I got a
lot of votes.
This part built up on that.
I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
you said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and
One in 10.
And I'm okay with that.
Absolutely. In fact, there were plenty of young people, specifically young men, at Mamdani's victory party. You have young conservatives who voted for a socialist, not because they are socialist, but because he just doesn't sound like everybody else. The new generation just likes populism. Trump actually said it himself. The reason people were interested in this meeting between him and Mamdani is because he's different. Although I think his policies are destructive and socialism will never work and has never worked anywhere it's been tried, he's still very different from the mainstream message. It's like how Bernie Sanders voters in 2016, socialist, voted for Trump after they rigged the primary against Bernie. It's not because they agreed with Trump on anything, but because he was different from everybody else. President Trump said Mamdani will hopefully be a really great mayor for New York City.
Hopefully.
But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
I bet a lot of people on the left are like,
yeah, the left is not happy about this.
Oh, yeah. I know a lot of you guys have been told he's a monster, and you have a really strong case of Trump
It's
derangement
politics.
syndrome. But he's not actually a monster. He's a pretty normal guy. And Trump is a very charismatic individual. You could see that charisma on display. You have a guy he's been calling a communist, calling a threat to New York City.
Mamdani is a
and he's nice
communist,
to
I'm
him.
sorry.
And another thing about Trump
Socialism
is, that he likes
is the gateway
he knows
drug to
Mamdani
communism.
did something to get the majority of New Yorkers to vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
Mamdani is clearly popular in New York. And although Trump doesn't agree on policies with Mamdani, he can at least
He's
appreciate
civil with
it.
him.
Plus, Trump is a New Yorker. He's not going to want ill for his city just for political points. In Trump's mind, if Mamdani gets in and marginally makes life different, slightly better for New Yorkers, then that's a win. Because the expectations
I think
are
government
so
owned
low,
grocery
and
stores
the
are going to
tiny
be the
bit of
downfall, though.
success will be seen as good.
I think that'll be horrible.
Unfortunately, I just don't see it happening. None of
Yeah, I
Mamdani's
have a hard time
policies
seeing
are
it.
rooted
He doesn't
in
really have
reality.
any policies.
Everything's just going to be worse. But again, like Trump, I want him to succeed because I don't want to see the financial
Yeah,
capital
you don't want to see the
America
country fail.
collapse financially because I just think that's a bad look. Plus, here's another perspective. If Mamdani gets in and wrecks New York City, what that gives Republicans and the right wing is credibility. We can point to the massive failure of Mamdani and say, look, this is the inevitable consequence of Democrat policies. And Mamdani is the national Democrat leader, the de facto leader. Why would anyone vote Democrat if the most prominent Democrat in the country leading the most prominent city in the country is destroying the place? So it actually gives massive credibility to the right wing, to Republican policies.
It is
Trump is perspicacious enough to see that. Thanks for watching. God bless and goodbye.
Thanks, George. Yeah, I guess it was an interesting meeting. Mamdani folds. Yeah, pretty much. You can kind of tell how wishy-washy the dude is. And he's just doing whatever he can. Why? Denmark for the Danes? Yeah, let's see what Liberal Hat Mind has to say. He'll be a little...
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Yeah, pretty much every single time it's the same with these far leftoids, it's always a revolution, it's a revolution. Well, that is, of course, until they actually end up winning the election, then it goes from revolution to, oh wait, maybe there is no revolution. Maybe the revolution is postponed. It's modern leftism in a nutshell. Loud slogans, dramatic speeches, Hollywood-style campaigns about fighting muffascism and billionaires. All these la-di-da naive promises. I'm gonna give you the world. We're gonna fix all social ills at the snap of a finger. Anybody questioning my judgment or my strategies? How we're gonna do things? Well, tell them we only have one response, and that's the billionaires. But of course, then reality shows up. In this case, like a freaking freight train, and boom, there goes the whole revolution. Zoran Mamdani's little socialist revolution in New York City already seems to be taking a complete 180. Zoran voters, I'd argue at this point, are freaking pissed as their Che Guevara style candidate is now turning out to be such a complete and utter fraud. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just like I called it yesterday, I saw this happening from a mile away. Zoran Mamdani got elected on being Donald Trump's worst nightmare. We remember that one, right?
My administration will be Donald Trump's worst nightmare.
And now, well, let's just say the tone has changed, to say the least.
My team reached out to the White House to set up this meeting because I will work with anyone to make life more affordable for the more than 8.5 million people who call this city home. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
He went from, I will be Donald Trump's worst nightmare, to, I intend to tell President Trump that we have many things to work on together. Scammed. Absolutely scammed. You got scammed if you voted for this complete fool. Everything this man said was all part of a messaging campaign. It was all an act. It was pure theater. You know, the whole New York style editing and the old New York style old-timey music in the background. It was captivating, sure, I'll give it to Zoran. They made great TV, but ultimately the entire thing was
TV. That's exactly what it was.
Especially all the claims about, you know, stoking terror in the hearts of President Trump, as if this 30-something-year-old, no experience in life or politics, new mayor in New York City would ever be able to outmaneuver the president. I mean, come on, give me a break. They're not worried about him.
Jellyfish spineless enough that just
we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself.
Yeah, I'd say less shocked and more so confused as to the fact that they now have to sit down and have a conversation with a literal self-avowed communist. I think they're more embarrassed for the country than they are shaking in their boots at the idea that Mamdani wields his incredible mayoral powers to undo and dismantle their agenda. I mean, give me a break. The whole thing is laughable. And at the end of the day, you know, the adults in the room, we understand that everything with these kids, it's all theater. You know, that's what this new Democrat Party is. It's the party of Hollywood. All these campaigns, they're not run on substantive ideas and pushing real thought-provoking reforms. No, they're being ran on lights, camera, action. That was Zoran Mamdani's entire shtick. And now, of course, you got every other freaking Democrat trying to implement the model, recreate the success. We've got another one, this Cameron Caskey kid, who's now doing the same thing.
My name is Cameron Caskey, and I'm running for Congress because there's no real path forward for most Americans.
Everything's a theater production. The visuals, the fancy talk with all the utopia promises, in most cases delivered by some 20-something-year-old kid who's never even frickin' paid a tax bill in their life, walking around with mommy and daddy's American Express. You know, obviously, these kids cannot deliver. They don't even understand how the world works, but we're gonna hand them the keys to the kingdom? Of course not. They're trust fund babies reading TikTok scripts. And that's exactly what it was with Zoran since day one. He never had actual plans. It was just rhetoric. He was just having fun. We're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. But there's no actual process. There's no thought process. There's no plan. There's no strategy.
And the other one, you've been talking about fast and free buses in your meeting with the governor. I've heard you talk about many times that you don't want to take money away from the MTA. You want to put money back in. It's something that she agrees with, right? We don't want to take away money from the MTA. How are you getting that money, the $700 million to make the buses free, into the MTA if she's not for raising taxes?
You know, I think that the two clearest ways to raise that money is through the raising of the state's corporate tax to match that of New Jersey. I think that a lot of this is still a case to be made. Whether it's the corporate tax or whether it's the personal income tax on those who make more than $1 million a year or more, I think that these are the clearest ways. I've also said that if there are other ways to raise this funding, the most important fact is that we fund it, not the question of how we do it, but that we do it.
Well, his answer for how he's going to do things,
you kind of need to know how to do it.
You know, we'll just find the money. We'll just figure it out. Sure, Kathy Hochul has told us absolutely never, but you know, I read never as maybe, and you're supposed to figure out these things before getting elected, not get elected on all of these fancy, glowing, golden promises, then get an office and then think, where do we go from here? What do we do now? I guess we'll just have to figure it out. I guess we'll just tax the billionaires, right? Right? Billionaires? It's the same thing every time. The entire ideology, the entire worldview falls apart the moment you ask, how will you do it? Pragmatically. Where are you going to get the money? And it's not as easy as just, tax the billionaires. The system is more complex than that. Are you going to get broad support to tax those billionaires? Are you then not just going to create flight of American wealth and completely decimate the system? If you attack productivity and then the country or the city or the state that you're running becomes less productive and you have then less productive monies to tax, well, then what are you going to do in that situation? Well, they haven't thought that far. Zoran Mamdani's thought was, hey, it's freaking New York. We could tax people here as much as we want and no one's going to leave because this is New York. That's basically what he said, but that is idiotic. And it proves that this kid knows nothing about how business and capital moves. Money doesn't give a crap whether it's New York or freaking Alaska. If there's a viable investment to be made, the money will go. If you create the worst business environment in the country, you're gonna get the worst results. But of course, he didn't think that far because everything was a grift, everything was a false promise, and now he just looks, frankly, like a lost puppy, wandering around, going from, I will be your worst nightmare, Donald Trump, to, please, Donald Trump, now come bail me out of the situation that I'm in. The whole revolution was a script. The campaign was a show, and now the mask is slipping, and all that's left, frankly, I believe, are going to be a bunch of disgruntled voters who once again got played by another shiny Democrat at the top of his ivory tower. But of course, not everything that glitters is really gold. Open. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Like, look at that. Huge. But like, it's thin. It's not as thick as the normal coils I get.
For lefties losing it.
Interesting.
And I have some sad news for the lefties watching. Get ready to lose it because it seems President Trump's foreign approval rating is up like a rocket. Take it away, CNN.
Up like a rocket. We're talking about 43% now. That's an 8-point rise. On the net approval rating, we're talking about a double-digit rise. The American people like much more of what they're seeing from Donald Trump in foreign policy in term 2 than they did in term number 1.
Up like a rocket, but 43% doesn't seem that great, Harry. How does that compare to other recent presidents, I wonder?
All right, 21st century foreign policy approval rating at this point in term 2. George W. Bush was down at 36%. Barack Obama was at 37%. Look at this. Donald Trump actually leads the pack at 43%. Donald Trump has a higher foreign policy approval rating at this point in a second term than any other president who served their entire second term in the 21st century. This is something I think Donald Trump really likes to look at, because the bottom line is this. Presidents like to build their legacies on foreign policy.
It's almost over, lefties. I know this is hard to watch. The man you misrepresented as a unique threat to world peace.
I've been having a really hard time watching The Enforcer. They just
is actually a
they're a little
peacemaker and one
hard-headed
whose foreign
sometimes,
policy achievements
and their
have
ideas
seen
of
him create a powerful legacy.
what's okay and what's not okay with what Trump's doing. They're right to their opinion, but I feel like sometimes they're just
by the end of his presidency, way
literally going after a mountain after a molehill, and I think there's things behind the scenes that obviously we all don't know what's going on.
And that, I think, is a large part of the reason why.
Do I fully trust every politician to do the right thing all the time, every time? No.
Again, I apologize to the lefties seeing this. I know that hurt. Hopefully this next clip makes you feel better. We're going to have a look at what's happening closer to home here in Australia. Here is Hannah Ferrugia talking to a young woman about the sanctity of life.
I think that every woman and every person with a vagina and a uterus
that?
should have rights to their own body.
I agree that bodily autonomy is really important. But what if there's two bodies? That's what a pregnancy is.
Well, it's kind of actually like a virus that's leeching off you.
It's not a virus because definitionally it's actually the same species. Your body is actually made to protect the baby inside your womb, not destroy it.
If I am a drug addict and I have alcoholism and that baby's going to come out really horrible and not have a good life and live really would you want that child to like have to live through that?
Okay,
no,
moving along.
Why don't you take
what
responsibility for your actions?
Just how compassionate and selfless they are, and
no responsibility.
So
that's what
joyful souls. I mean, is there a better example of all that than this next woman?
Oh, you shouldn't wish death upon any person, no matter what side they're on. That. Charlie Kirk was a Nazi. He was a Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one. Thank God that
green hair
of a person is no longer in this world. And may his hell be being confronted by every single marginalized person that he hurt. That is what is wrong with you. That does not make me a bad person.
Oh, darling, it does make you a bad person. It makes you a vile, hate-filled lunatic. Can you believe these lying lowlives are still celebrating Charlie's murder? What's that line? When people show you who they are, believe them. Now, imagine how far left you must be when even leftist commentator and activist Van Jones is not left enough for you. Watch these climate activists attack the CNN favourite, not about his environmental credentials, but over Gaza.
That's a lot of people. I would like to provide a toast to Van Jones, a man who started out as a racial justice advocate and is now a stooge for corporate media and a shill for the Israeli government.
Oh, he wasn't the only plant in the crowd. Van was in for a rough night.
These people just sound evil. Out. Get out.
Oh, there was more of them. Looks like a mob called Climate Defiance really spent up big to hear Van speak or to shout him down.
You can't feed children! You can't feed children!
You need to leave! That's what I was hearing by one of those guys. All right.
Thank you, JSF, for feeding our community.
Enough of that. That's cringe. People are very cringy. What?
commentator, that being Hassan, not sure how to discuss politics of pickup basketball after being rejected for 3 games.
Chinese
I don't know how to be politically sensitive about the situation, so I'm just gonna say, we'll see.
Oh, they don't want you to play.
No. It's not about me.
Oh, okay.
It's not about us.
Oh, okay. It's not about us.
Yeah, no. It's very different.
Okay.
But it's also something that happens on basketball courts universally, but it is what it is.
I'm confused. This hoodie is classic Hassan. What a Chad, guys. I think it says capitalism is voluntary, get bread or get dead. I love tuning into my favorite LA millionaire, who's always like buying the most expensive stuff he can, living a very lavish lifestyle, while he acts like he hates capitalism. You know, what would we do without
I thought I saw a bear that looked like him the other day.
Clip. Oh my gosh, what is this one? Hassan bans 33-month subscriber, 33-month subscriber, and tells him to die for commenting on his workout frequency.
You got to get some workouts in, man. You eat more than Austin Peas. Dude, I'm literally, all right, first of all, dude, never do this, okay? Never do this. Just never do that, okay? Fucking die if you're going to do that, okay? That's number one. Ridiculous. What a way to start the day, boys. What a way to start the fucking day.
He's drunk.
Who the fuck do you think
I feel
you
like
are,
he's
bitch?
always
Suck
like,
my fucking cock. Okay, perish.
Always drunk on stream when he's over in China. It must be lonely.
Yeah, that's a
like
crazy
this man.
overreaction. As someone who works out far, far, far more than Hassan does, literally all bro had to say was like, oh no, dude, you're right. Like, I'm going to make up for it when I get back home. Like, that's what I would have said in that situation. Not that I'm saying I'm perfect or anything. You know, I got a lot of room to grow myself, but I just really don't understand that overreaction. That's just crazy. Bro's
His
really
ego.
telling a loyal
He's got a
subscriber
huge
of his
ego.
to freaking get Minecrafted IRL because he was concerned about Hassan's fitness. Crazy stuff. Let me know what you think in the comments.
I'm
Thank
more
you.
concerned about Hassan's drinking. Oh, did they drop even more skins or no? I saw these 2 skins last night. They're pretty cool, I guess. I'm not really into either of them though. They're too. Maybe the Doctor Strange one. Yeah. I like the Magneto skin, and I like the whatchamacallit skin. The Gambit skin. That's the one I'm saving up for. It's okay to be Anglo-Saxon, guys. We know. Listen to Devil Wears Prada for a while, geez. I can't smoke this shit. Gotta wait for it to soak in to the cotton. Shouldn't take more than a few more minutes. Who got destroyed? Oh, is this
Welcome back to a series so
Pokemon
nostalgic. Even old school
Ludwig.
RuneScape subscribed. In today's video, Queen of Sims Pokemon is
I can
back,
stand her.
virtue signaling on Twitter,
course.
saying that she hates drama.
She
Genius
did it.
scholar
She's the one that
XQC
did
has
it.
responded, cooking her
She started
for being
all
a
that crap.
hypocrite and starting tons of drama in the past. Gillywig has responded, white knighting for Pokemon, defending her, and starting beef with XQC. He accuses XQC of being a snake trying to hide his post from Pokemon and sneak diss her. XQC responds, absolutely destroying Ludwig, exposing secrets about him, and calling him literal human jello.
Yep.
Asmongold has responded, jumping in and cooking Pokemon for being fake. People
Yeah,
bringing
she's-
up tons of instances where Pokemon is
She's
creating
literally an
more
actress
drama.
for
Twitch
the
is now
platform.
promoting crypto gambling on their website after banning it in 2022.
Yeah, which
Appears
I
the
don't
money
get.
is has ran out and they are desperate. People have responded calling out the insane hypocrisy. Subscribe or you gotta become Pokemon's PR person. You're cooked.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, so Pokimane is back in some drama and it involves XQC and Jellywig fighting over her as well. So it all started with this tweet where Pokimane was once again trying to pander and virtue signal. I missed when streaming was about gaming, not just drama baiting and clip farming. Oh, brother, this person stinks. My God. Dude, every single time she just tweets something to like appeal to people, to pander to people. Oh my God, I hate drama, guys, especially when I'm involved. Go live and play 15 hours of Arc Raiders then. Nelk says if you're a broke boy, just say so. Rev says we get it, little bro, you need engagement, but come on. The Wanted Maniac meme. Tectone responds, brother, that's insane coming from you, and it's a clip of her saying the N-word. Yeah, clearly, you know, trying to get those clips. Right message, wrong messenger, and it's basically a clip of her like bending over, and there's a bunch of those clips of people just flipping her butt or whatever, which I'm not gonna show, but yeah, clearly trying to get those clips. Right, so this started a massive beef between XQC and Ludwig. Basically, XQC responded. XQC says, daily reminder that I was doing GTA RP by day, slots by night, in my corner of streaming until everyone, her, farmed me and Trainwrecks TV for drama and clicks, miss me with that energy, walk the walk. Afterwards, the most prominent streaming circle completely dissolved, relationships broken. We ended up so divided that Kick had to be made as the platform, which even though it created competition, divided us even more. Want streaming to be more about games? Play games.
Absolutely.
Okay, basically some context, XQC and Trainwreck took some gambling deals, and Pokimane and Hassan were very, very jealous, and they attempted to cancel them for these sponsors. In fact, Pokimane was also pushing to ban gambling on Twitch, and even go on strike on Christmas to make sure that gambling is banned in order to get at XQC.
Get a huge streamer like Miz or Pokey to get 10 to 20 bigger streamers, 10K viewers or plus, write a joint statement they can send to their partnerships and cause Twitch to consider the statement and make a concession on gambling, or else 10 or 20 of those streamers will go on a 1 week strike over Christmas in the highest where numbers are coming on.
I would do it in a minute.
If there are streamers who aren't willing to do that, like they're just not putting their money where their mouth is. If you really think gambling is that bad, you should be willing to take a week off.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
I like the idea of doing it Q4 around Christmas too, because that'll hurt the most. XQC, I would really love to see him do it. I think there have been many times where
he's a gambler.
he still gambles, but he does say that he disagrees with it.
Now, I have a hunch that the reason Pokey and Hassan were mad is not because, oh, gambling is so bad and it gets people addicted and you shouldn't do it or promote it, but it's more like, oh my God, I wish I could take the sponsor, but my community will destroy me if I do that because I've been virtue signaling for so long. And then XQC got $100 million to go to Kick, and the ruthless businesswoman is pissed, and then the narcissistic freak Hassan just got completely outdone. The guy who brags about being richer than everybody at the phase party.
I made more money than everyone here.
Yeah.
So essentially, they felt like they lost the streamer business battle,
Oh,
and
this
they
is a
essentially
popularity
decided that I'm
contest.
going to virtue signal and make sure everyone hits these guys.
I do
and
like
they get
XQC.
Why would I compromise my morals and ethics for more money when I have money? Something about that is so cringe to me personally.
Oh,
For
shut
me
up.
to do cringe shit
You're
when
so
I
fake.
have I can't.
So
I
then
can't
White Knight Jellywig comes out of nowhere to shit on XQC and defend his queen Pokimane. By the way, XQC 15k likes. Ludwig responds, you can reply to her post directly. It's on the same website, 2k. By the way, this man is defending Pokimane harder than he defended his girlfriend QT getting sexually harassed by Hassan. Can't make this shit up.
And he came in and he said, you can see my dick in this. And I said, Hassan, I'm not looking. And then he proceeded to hump the air and he said, look.
That's crass.
Not trying to talk to her about it. That's the whole point. We've been over this and done that. Why are you acting like I'm subtweeting or making a sly comment? She makes a public statement about the state of affairs. I reply to the public with context as to why the way it is what it is. Also, I just read this again, and what the frick are you even saying? People know where I stand on everything always. Do you think she doesn't know that's how I view things? pick unrelated, and it's just a picture of Jello. Ludwig goes, yeah, just say it to her instead of replying to Fearbuck, you are 30 years old, learning how to grow a spine from Jellywig. Okay, if Ludwig himself is saying Jellywig, that's when you know we won. All right, we absolutely won here. The replies continue, not sure this is the best career decision, Luddy boy. It's Twitter, nothing that happens on this website matters. We both are going live tomorrow to stream video games to thousands of people.
No,
just enjoy your time.
They both go live to talk crap about every other streamer or, you know, defend themselves one way or the other. I don't see many streamers playing video games much anymore. It's all this chit chat crap.
So you start the beef, and then immediately when you start losing,
Unfortunately, I'm falling into that category too. More so because I can't play video games.
But how does Hassan's shot caller feel? Oh, but you can't get offended. Just enjoy your time on the spinning rock. Should have left it in the drafts, Fred. Like how Mogul Mail got left in the drafts after Hassan made the boss call. Oh my god, he's getting roasted, bro. Why would you start a battle? You have no chance of winning, man. You cannot win in an argument that you are not spineless, bro. It's been documented. And just some context if you're new to the series, basically Ludwig had a commentary channel called Mogul Mail, which he basically shut down because he was unable to criticize Hassan, and you know, Hassan would essentially make him delete videos if he criticized him, and everybody would call out Ludwig for not being fair, not being unbiased whenever it involves any of his streamer friends.
You should call Hassan and apologize. Why is Hassan mad? What did I do? Because I'm a Mogul Mail?
Oh, damn, Fred being savage with the Mogul Mail comment. Ludwig is the one person that should stop talking about stuff like this. Bitch, please, you're the biggest problem on this platform. Remember Hassan shocking his dog? He flipped so fast once Cutie's daddy called him. Okay, you're going too far. That's crass. That's pretty crass, man. Oh my god, we got Casey Tron here. Is there incels? When he was massively popular, way too many streamers capitulated to his asinine, childish-ass behavior, creating the monster he is now. Wow, Casey, a tweet without the word incel. My god. You are one tweet sober. Pity you can't drop the weed though. SUC would fold your clothes with you still in them. Okay, goddamn, people are savage. Aren't you the that's crass guy? Bro put the ass in the seat. Pick very related. And it's the cuck chair. Oh my lord. Pure responded, Ludwig telling anyone to be direct is peak hypocrisy. Jellywig has once again grown a spine and we just got whatever this is. I think the funniest part is this almost confirms he watches Pegasus or at least knows about Jellywig. The legendary series. I'm telling you, everybody's a fan. It's just good content. Nobody can stay away, alright? It's just too good. Rated 10 out of 10 on every platform, obviously. More Pegasus is gonna have a field day with this one. Absolutely. Right, so XUC responds breaking down the beef, and he starts by calling Pokey a hypocrite, saying that he was just chilling, and Pokey came after him, starting the whole drama.
She starts attacking.
Walk the walk. True. Guys, it's not hateful. If I saw her in real life, I would insult her. We're on good terms. This is not some crazy shit. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Guys, it's like lighting your house on fire, going outside and say, dude, how could they do this? I wish people should stop doing that. I wish people would stop doing arson and burning shit down. It's awful. It's like, okay, well,
yeah,
I mean,
you
the
did
whole
it.
saga of like Gamba era, early days, that had nothing to do with her. All this had nothing to do with any of them. They interjected.
Oh yeah, they want to put their beliefs on you.
Like, yeah, so it makes sense that this comment said afterwards, most prominent streaming circle, which is the Austin group, everybody, the Austin group and the Austin to LA link and overall, it completely collapsed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I get it. Yo, they're right because anti-Yaba, whatever. That's fine. I'm not debating this. Streaming collapsed, quite literally. And Kick had been born from it. You're gonna get mad at Kick at what? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I think it's okay to have a reminder on what is the lore.
Right, so basically, this is the drama that spawned the Kick platform in the first place. In fact, this is like a well-documented thing. Essentially, they needed a new platform because Hassan and Pokey were up in arms over the whole thing, trying to cancel them. And essentially, they could not survive on Twitch during that time. Hassan and Pokey were the faces of this Twitch and leading this sort of campaign. They had a lot of power and control regarding the decisions that were being made on that platform. And
they're botting viewers as well.
And essentially, what happened is that SUC was outcasted and removed from all of the friend groups. Essentially, he was outcasted as this really bad person because if Pokey and Hassan say that you're bad and you're not welcome, then you're kind of cooked in the streamer Hollywood space. Then he starts cooking Ludwig for accusing him of being like a snaky person.
And then Lud like jumps in to this tweet. And he says, you can reply to her or post directly. It's on the same website. Okay. Dear Buck reposts her thing. Her opinion is like she's telling it to her diary. Then I would, it's unfortunate that this is the way it is, but this guy's more of a news outlet. He reposts it to the public to see. What do you think is going to be a better way to address the public? Based on what the public knows? You think they should address her fans and her community and her directly? Absolutely fucking not. That makes absolutely no sense. If somebody uses a megaphone to blow up somebody's speech and make it bigger, and just the public will want to know what the fuck is up. So we have community notes. This is the same thing as community notes. It's like, okay, well, this is being addressed to the public. Well, I will address this and debunk this in public. I'm not gonna go to her fans and talk to her fans about it. It doesn't make sense at all. And this is not a subtweet. This is a direct tweet. This is a direct tweet, not a subtweet. So for him to come in and say, "Oh, dude, could I just reply to her?" You know what he's intending? He's intending that my methods are sly and I'm operating under like bad faith. I'm going under the radar.
Yeah, like he's trying to sneak around her to like break her back.
Buddy, you know it's not like that. You know my stance. You know her stance. You know that we've discussed this before. There's no point tweeting this at her.
Okay, so the funniest thing about this is that the reason Ludwig thought that this is how XUC would act is because this is how he himself would act in this situation. But the thing is, from what I've seen at least,
Ludwig is a
XUC
snake.
does not really
Pokemon's
need
a
to hide his
snake.
opinions. You guys
Hassan's
pretty
a
much
snake.
already hate his guts, right? And I don't get how tweeting publicly, right, on Twitter where everybody can see it and talking about it on your stream where everybody can see it is somehow hiding from Pokimane. Like, it's such a like ridiculous accusation here that XUC, it's like an implied accusation that XUC is somehow scared of Pokimane. He's a 30-year-old man who can't
covering up
grow his
XQC's
spine and
face.
confront her or whatever. I mean, come on, he's literally saying this stuff publicly, and in fact, he is
Gotta show off
completely
that
exonerated
beautiful
as I'm recording
Quebecan
this
smile.
video because Pokimane just deleted her tweet, meaning nobody is going to find this discourse anymore. And that just proves why XUC should have responded to the news account instead of Pokey, because she anyways tries to hide it, right? So Ludwig's entire argument completely falls apart here because, yeah, Pokemon's known to delete her tweets, right? Especially when she gets, like, drama backlash or it affects her PR. I'm sorry, as the leading authority on the subject, XQC still has his vertebrae, okay? He's not joining the Jelly Squad. It seems Jellywig, king of all jellyfish, is desperate to recruit new members to Jellyfish Fields, right? But unfortunately, you're gonna have to take that one solo. Maybe you got your queen jellyfish. QT definitely qualifies, so you guys can just have a wonderful time there. Then XUC talks about the legendary
that whole
nickname
cutie drama, man.
Lily Wig,
Ridiculous.
and his son shocking his dog.
I tweeted a famous Jellywig. I had to. I had to. Because at that point, I mean, if you're gonna come sideways at me, I mean, you're Jellywig. It is what it is. Buddy, I didn't cook him too hard on social media last time. Okay? The man is in 80% Jello. Like, it is what it is. Like, really, dude. It's just what it is.
80% Jello and 20% water.
I'm not gonna say what he said. I think Linkin Park conversation is not great. The gist of it is that he saw all the other creators. People say, "Oh yeah, they know what the truth is." We discuss the truth, and then he seems locked in. The man gets home, instantly tweets some shit, takes it all back. And I'm like, brother, you still haven't attacked the facts. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. That if at least you're gonna have a stance, you know, at least back it up with like a picture or some form of any. Guys, I've changed my idea about this, about Hassan, because of this new information. Bro says nothing. Just switch. That's jelly. That's jelly, brother. You're wobbling around like you're Jellywig. So it is what it is.
Okay, first off, 80% Jello is diabolical. Okay, that is a Pegasus approved insult right there. +1 points for Socrates. Second off, I just love the fact that everybody is saying Jellywig now. Never underestimate the power of a Pegasus nickname. I mean, this is just cinema, okay? The legend of Jellyfish lives on. Please refer to him by his full name. King of Jellyfish Fields, supreme ruler of all jellyfish. Right, so in case you were lost there, basically context, last time Ludwig actually accused XUC of being a fake person, saying that he didn't care about Hassan shocking his dog behind the scenes. Meanwhile, on camera, he was playing this persona called the Debunker, and essentially he was playing detective, trying to find his son's shock color and exposing him and doing all this work in paint and stuff like that. And basically XUC responded sort of denying those accusations. Here's a recap.
You know what XUC says to me at TwitchCon? He goes,
I don't give a fuck if he abuses the dog. I don't give a fuck if he's a shot caller.
Yo,
he calls himself.
Yeah, and I don't know how much I gotta say this. In the grand scheme of things,
will you be playing?
And I remember
Overwatch
saying the next thing I'm gonna say. I said, if you put all the things that somebody can do to be wrong in the grand scheme of things, right? Like this shot caller possible story, right? Is not even in the top 50%.
Minimal
yes, it's bad.
compared
yes,
to what
don't do
Hassan
that
has
shit.
done.
Yes, it's fucking starts with the animal. Don't be a bitch ass.
And now XQC is exposing him again, saying that Ludwig actually talked to all the other streamers who agreed that Hassan shocked his dog, and then Ludwig came on stream and then he changed his tune, right? He started defending him again, even after saying it was 100% a shot caller, because apparently he got the boss call, right? He was sent some secret photo that clears Hassan that nobody else saw, by the way. Apparently there's this secret photo that completely debunks everything and proves that it's not a shot caller, but nobody saw it except Ludwig, right?
I got close-up pictures of the shot caller on my mother's life.
I don't have an issue with shot callers. I have an issue with how it's being
Even though
used.
we literally have the proof that it was a shot caller.
Not
We did the
proper
whole
training method to keep a
overlay shit. We
dog
had the
sitting
internet
there for
detectives. We
that
had
many
manufacturing
hours
company. We was even
as
confirmed
your
by
prop
Green Jellyfish,
in the background.
Cutie, who went to Hassan's house and said that the prongs were removed and it was taped over.
I'm at his house. I looked at the collar. The collar is taped off where I think there would be prongs.
Right, so then XQC calls him spineless again for literally starting the beef with him and then backing away.
Yeah, just say to her instead of replying to Fearbuck. Yeah, this is just stupid. I'm sorry. This is just stupid. Her community knows about the lore. Her community and her knows about everything about the gambling drama. Why the f would I go back and try to convince her again for the 20th time? Everybody knows all. Like, that makes no sense at all, man. If anything, at least it gives context, so she doesn't just get shit on for no reason. There's just actual context behind it. We both going live remote to stream video games. Doesn't people just enjoy your time, man.
He doesn't stream video games.
It's just like some dismissing of like everything. Just like, come on, bro. Like, guys, it's like coming out swinging at somebody, and then you're wrong, and you go, dude, it's not that deep, and move on, bro. Move on, buddy. Yo, it's not like that. Move on, dude.
Old drama. Just playing the same drama over and over again. Brooklyn streets painted yellow to promote campaign. Oh, Asmongold's reaction to Mama Donna. Why? Why would you do? Oh, okay. I guess they're just showing how the soldering works. How it gets pulled in. I have to resolder my valve downstairs. It's leaking. Or the pipe broke, one or the other. Should put insulation around it. A little upset about that. Fantastic. Yeah, I keep getting this zap down to my right hand and my left arm. Like if I move my neck too quick, or if I like blink or look too far to the right. When I stand up, when I take a step. Weird. What's going on now?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. The American economy is finally being realigned for Americans. Sounds like a little bit of a weird statement. The whole concept seems a little bit counterintuitive, an economy working on behalf of others or at the detriment of its own people. But of course, if you've been paying attention the last however many decades, I'd say the whole notion has become more intuitive than counterintuitive. In a lot of ways, it's just kind of like an accepted norm that you elect politicians and then those politicians go out and sell you out on the world stage. For so long, the American economy has not worked for regular, everyday Americans. Well, that is until now, as President Trump is implementing a totally different economic strategy. And well, it seems to be working. We've got some solid economic headlines here, but behind the headline, when you actually dig into the details, it gets even better, which is literally the exact opposite of what we saw with Joe Biden, as everything behind the headline was completely disastrous. But anyways, let me show you guys what's going on. As the reformation of the American economy continues, we got some stuff to get into. So let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this. The jobs market is booming.
This is the September jobs report. Non-farm payrolls are up a robust 119,000. 119,000 would be the best since April when we were up 158,000. In the rearview mirror, well, last month was downgraded from 22,000 to minus 4,000. Now, if we look at what's going on with the unemployment rate, it ticked up from 4.3 to 4.4. That was unexpected. 4.4 would, last time we were at that level, boy, I have to go back a ways. October of 2021 when it was 4.5%. Now, if we look at labor force participation rate, it ticked up. That's a good thing. 62.4 equals where we were in May. You have to go to April of this year when it was 62.6 to find a higher number.
Who we have on Discord for today?
Jobs added, beating expectation by nearly 70,000. And keep in mind, this is happening in an environment where massive tech firms and big companies are currently cutting jobs by tens of thousands as they start to implement AI into their systems. So despite all the AI cuts, there's still a robust jobs market being created. This is huge. This is a good thing. But again, the story is less about the headline and more about the details behind the headline. Under Joe Biden, you know, the whole thing was look at the headline number and then immediately shut your brain off and just clap like a damn seal. Look, 300,000 jobs added, historic, Bidenomics this, Bidenomics that. But then, of course, you look at the reality and it was mostly jobs coming back after COVID or government hires, more government jobs, as well as low-quality service work following the massive flood of legal and illegal immigration. It was great PR, it was great optics, great headlines, but a terrible reality. Well, this, folks, this is different because these are strong American jobs that are being added. You've got a population decline. With over 2 million illegal migrants being deported, America's population for the first time in decades is shrinking. But then, of course, on top of that, you got the size of government shrinking. You would expect jobs to be going down. And yet, despite that, jobs are going up. Well, that tells you one thing. It means losing government jobs and less jobs going to H-1Bs and illegals, and rather we've got good private sector positions that are being filled by U.S. citizens, not foreigners. Of course, going back to the thesis of the video, that this is a total realignment, an America First economic realignment. And if we look at the trend over the past year, the numbers are pretty staggering. American-born jobs are up 2.5 million, meanwhile foreign-born jobs are down 670,000. That's been the trend all year, and it seems to be something that's also accelerating. And so the American economy is refocusing on American citizens. The trade deficit is also tanking, by the way, which people say is a bad thing. Well, if you're chasing endless growth for the big multinational corporations, maybe. But the flip side of that coin is that now that consumption gap, I guess you could say, it's going to get filled by quality American products and services, meaning good jobs for the middle class and hopefully leading to a robust reemergence of the American middle class. And that I truly believe is exactly what's coming, especially with the advent of AI. You know, people are so doom and gloom and focused on AI taking people's jobs. But for the most part, yes, I think AI is going to take jobs, but it's also going to create less reliance on mass importation of cheap labor. And I think in a lot of ways, it's going to create other avenues, different jobs, different sectors entirely. I don't see this doom and gloom outlook of AI taking everybody's jobs. I think the AI systems are going to be powerful and they're going to help people's lives in a lot of different ways. But there's also going to be a lot of jobs surrounding all these new industries that we're going to see popping up. You know, there's been so much doom and gloom, and everybody seems to be so locked into all these negative attitudes. And look, I'm not saying that people are doing great or that there aren't any problems, but I'm just not seeing this massive collapse. I think people are being squeezed. Sure, it's been tough. People are borderline. That's absolutely been the case since Bidenomics was implemented. Living paycheck to paycheck is becoming the reality for a lot of people who thought that they, you know, weren't in that position considering the amount of money they're making. But it seems like we're slowly getting through it.
But to Steve Moore's points about the consumer remaining strong and still spending, not only is the consumer still spending, the consumer is paying their bills on time. So when you look at credit card delinquencies, 30-plus day delinquencies, they're at only 1.3% and they're ticking lower. The average between 2013 and 2019 was 1.6. So we're seeing consumers spend even when they are racking up debt, they are paying their bills. We're in a good situation. And when you look at economic growth, forecasted economic growth out of the Atlanta Fed GDP Now number, we're looking at a projection of plus 4.2%. And if we're not adding a ton of jobs, obviously a lot of that's going to be coming from enhanced productivity. A lot of that could be AI. But I would say, as far as the macro landscape looks, we're looking pretty healthy.
We just basically put our heads down and toughed it through 2 borderline recessions. We took the pain, and now it seems like, people are all right. They're stabilizing. Are they well off? No. But as long as we don't see some unforeseen kind of black swan event or massive institutional collapse, I think things might actually be surprisingly bullish moving forward. America's taking back key industries, getting control of the production of rare earths and minerals. That's huge. Starting to manufacture chips, building up data centers like nowhere else, getting ahead of the data and AI revolution. That's absolutely true. And then you've got $20 trillion of investment coming in from foreign nations and entities investing in Donald Trump's golden age economy.
The president uses the number 20 trillion in terms of total investments. And I think that those commitments are real. And whether it's corporate investment, whether it's the Japanese trade deal where they're going to put in $550 billion, whether it's the Korean trade deal with $350 billion, whether it's Apple saying that they're going to reshore, I believe that they may be up to $500 billion. So it's investments like we've never seen. Just to put in perspective, the entire Biden administration was $1 trillion. $1 trillion over 4 years, $250 billion the final year, and we've got many single investments that are bigger than the Biden administration took in 1 year. So this is America's back. The president's done that. Our great tax policy. So we're deregulating. We've got tax certainty, and we're working on energy certainty.
And so, looking at that, I'm thinking, I don't know, seems like a pretty positive outlook. $20 trillion being funneled into the American economy to spearhead the next era of innovation, tech, finally start producing again, to get people to work and get American citizens to work. I mean, we're supposed to pretend as if everything's falling apart when they're projecting 4% GDP.
We've been talking about this 4% growth that we've seen in the U.S. economy over the last 6 months. I want to contrast that with what's happening in the rest of the world, where look at Europe is flatlined, Japan is flatlined, China's in a mini depression right now. It's pretty incredible. We're carrying the rest of the world on our shoulders, which is because of what Trump is doing, and the rest of the world has to follow his lead of lowering taxes, lowering spending, deregulating their economy.
If we look around the globe, I mean, it's been quite disastrous. But when you pan the camera back to America, we got capital flowing in, populist nationalistic policies, putting Americans in the position to benefit. You got the government footprint that's shrinking and the private sector's expanding. Consumers seem as if they're getting through this tough COVID and Bidenomics hump. We might be on the precipice of something truly fantastic. You got a government actually setting policies to the benefit and on behalf of American citizens, doing their frickin' job. Maybe not perfect, but at least a whole lot better than what we've grown accustomed to. The priority is back on the people. And in the end, at least for America's middle class, I think that's going to be a good thing. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Truman Show. Go to the bathroom, boot up some rivals, I think. So, all right, I'll be right back. can control a little bit. My legs are hurting. I hurt. Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, it does look awesome. Let's look at it. Let's check out that lollipop you brought home. Well, we don't need to open it if you're not going to eat it yet. Unless you want to eat it, I don't know. As long as it... Yeah, you want to eat those chips. It's cool.
Yeah, it's red.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's red.
It looks awesome. Awesome motorcycle pop. Yeah, got the handlebars, got 2 seats, got nice tires.
Yeah, I'm good.
You can see the engine.
Yeah. Oh, this stick.
Yeah, you got the stick going through it.
Huh?
Motorcycle lollipop. It's pretty awesome. Did you get that for you?
Okay.
Huh?
Christmas class.
My game's not trash.
Christmas class.
Christmas craft show. Yeah, did Gigi get it for you there?
Oh, wow, your trees are bold. Can I sit in the chair? Sit with you?
New shirt? I like it.
Okay, are you gonna do it?
Gotta put those chips down to help Mom out. No. Hi, baby. How are you? You have fun going out? Did you miss me? Did you miss me, little girl? Hi, babies.
She is so good. All of our kids have been amazing today.
A little whiny.
Dad. Dad, I'm going to jail.
What's up, buddy?
The blow up as the blow up was big and creepy.
Had a creepy blow up? Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Stop, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Had the
Oh, okay. From like Rudolph.
Yeah, but that's the one when we went into Lowe's. I pressed one of the buttons and that thing moved.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
roared.
Yeah.
So that's the one he's been afraid of. So we couldn't walk by it. I had to go back in and give him to your mom. And your mom was like, okay, let's go. I was like, wait, no, you guys wait here. I have to get the car. He can't walk out to the car.
The end. There's nothing to be scared of. It's just a blow up.
And then there was one that was a snowman and it was shaking. But when you went around and saw its face, it's like
Cold.
yeah, so it was
Just shivering.
funny, but it was shaking from the side, and that's all you
Kind of creepy.
And it blow up. blow up with blowing up like big, but not here. To chop down
Yeah.
a tiny tree. Pop, pop, pop.
There's a lumberjack that looks like Santa. The red beard guy, though. Stop picking my scab. No, yeah. Yes.
It's okay.
Yeah, happy Friday. So how was the bazaar? Was it packed?
Yep. Saw a lot of people that recognized us from last year.
Oh, that's cool.
Saw the girl there that bought the dragons. She looks much older.
Yeah.
She and the guy that was with her, the older guy, he was there. And then
Yeah.
The goal that kept on coming back and back.
Yeah.
Brought me a snowman. Play-Doh. Yummy.
Hold on. I didn't get it. Look it again.
What tastes like cinnamon? Strawberry, cherry? The rainbow. Just sweet.
Oh,
Rainbow red. Pretty cool lollipop though.
you want to wake it?
Sure, I'll take a like.
No, you don't want to eat it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Sawyer's fun.
No, I didn't take the picture yet.
Oh, yeah. Wait for the picture.
Is that good?
I need my. Bye. Yeah.
Oh, you got one shoe on, one shoe off. You want help?
Yummy.
So did that. Alright.
Oh, I mean tea.
Alexa, turn the lights on in Eli's room. So you can go to your room and have a break.
No, I'll sit down here in the gable.
Off.
Like, what? And right here.
Let me take your sock off.
Oh. I don't want to sip on
Yeah, that wouldn't feel too good, huh?
Yeah. I would say, throw that picture away.
Uh, you should keep that just in case you don't finish your pop, so you can put it back in. Here, I'll keep it.
I can do it.
Oh, I meant to do something. I gotta put. Whoa, pop. You can try to buy a wheel. Yeah, don't force it. Yeah, I feel like you guys are out all day. Sure, could eat. Mm. Oh. Oh, you bite it? Yeah.
Hard work eating it.
It's hard work eating it.
How I can't eat this though. This is too big.
Yeah, you can put it back in the bag and save it for later.
Papa, get out.
Gotta get it flat. Oh no. Of course. Yep. What happens when you overdo it? Yep. Crocheting it. Mm-hmm. No, it was a ligament.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah. It's stretching it and it shouldn't be stretched. All good? No, she had no idea what they did.
Look at my.
They should have told her the limitations.
Then she
Yeah.
Do I look at that?
Right now, Bubby. Do you want to pull up a seat? No, my legs are really hurting. I'm gonna hold you for a minute.
Oh, that's my hip. Oh, what's that?
Yeah, you're getting all set up.
Oh, that was big still.
Yeah, that's the picture of the orange venom.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Are you not seeing this one? That big
Okay.
more minute. Where's that?
Mr. Fantastic.
Look, he's red.
He's rubbery.
Lemon's red. spin on red.
Okay.
Let's spin on red.
Sure.
What?
What?
Red lemon.
Oh, yeah.
That's the picture. Yeah. Now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I'm pretty careful. Pretty careful in the game. I don't want only phenomenal dead in maybe I finished to you. Is he not bad guy? He just
We did it.
no, not yet.
Oh, bud.
Or oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that now. Let's send them back in. You bet.
Hmm? I'm stretchy, but not as stretchy as Mr. Fantastic.
I want that. I want Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Hey, I saw the purple Spider. So is that
Which one? This one?
that
That one? The regular Spider-Man? This one? Yeah, did you roll? You like this one?
that's really good game. Because
Anybody who has the chance
yeah,
to be a hero.
I want it.
Yeah, she is,
I want Spider-Man. I want it. I have to play game. I want the Spider-Man.
Round and pound.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
I don't want to hit you more than I have to.
Is that you? And I'm not bad guy.
Gonna get sticky. Pretty sure those are bad guys.
What? That's not the bad guy. That's the Human Torch.
Oh, he gonna stop him. I want Spider-Man.
Yeah, we have Spider-Man. I want to see if there's another Spider-Man team up. I think there is.
Oh, I want
Maybe there's not.
Venom. I want Red Venom.
Yeah.
It's your puppy.
What? Oh, okay. Now.
You know that?
No idea. Watch this.
What? I don't want that. It's bothering me.
Bothering time. Bothering you?
Yeah.
What bothers you, buddy?
That.
The thing?
Yeah.
Why does it bother you?
Because I don't like.
You don't like the thing? Okay, okay.
Good.
Spider-Man. How about Penny Spider? Spider-Man or Penny Spider?
Spider-Man. Yeah. That's Spider-Man.
Life is hard sometimes.
I
But at least maybe
have to
can make
play
it easier
games.
for other people.
There's a house to play.
I don't want to hit you more than I have
How
to.
to play the game, Dada.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Dad, I like to play the game.
You want to play the game?
Uh-huh. Yeah. So, You're so wow.
Sure.
And stay down. Double kill. Spider Fist is ready to punch. Flaming wet.
There's a big one.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
There's a big robot.
Spider-Man.
Yep.
This one's a little one.
For the week.
I the big ones kill.
Oh, you went down
Yep, I killed the big one.
Oh my! How them get up?
I don't know.
Because I had them with a moat to put them back up. So has it's why.
No mustard. Buddy, don't spit all over my face. Ooh, dead. That made me very angry. You don't do that ever again.
You see a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one, but don't spit on my face ever again.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
About to get your butt beat. You do it. Yeah, better not.
Ground and pound.
That's the
Oh, you went down
What?
pretty hard.
You know what we rolled?
Reload.
My ultimate goal is simple. Solve everything.
Yeah,
So, let's get started.
He's stretchy.
He's big. He got
Yeah.
big. Why he got big?
Because when you jump into damage like that, you get big.
I've got you.
He's sticky. Oh, he's big.
The odds were in your favor. Trouble has arrived. Not
Wow.
fast, friend.
I'm the big.
You can eat him. There you-
Well, hello there.
I know. I thought I could do that. Obviously, grab him.
I've got you. Double the
What?
fun.
Oh, okay. What it is?
Wow, he's big.
Dude, he gets big.
He get.
Fantastic!
Is he okay?
Hmm?
So you might fight the big robot. He did. He had his lab.
No hard feelings.
I think
He's not sticky.
he's sick.
Him?
Trouble has arrived.
He get big. He had to get big. He had.
Yeah, we want to try to get him.
Oh, that's his face to that thing. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
He had to get big. He's big. What's that thing?
Yep.
Wow, you might get in stuff in the asshole.
Well, hello there.
He has a troll.
Yeah, he had control.
Yeah, he has a moat. Get back up.
Not so fast.
Oh, why he have web? He has web.
No, he's just big.
Oh, but he has web. What those?
He's just got stretchy arms.
And strong.
Stretchy arms, not sticky.
How this?
Huh? You like him?
I don't. I want.
I was gonna show you Penny.
No. That. Oh,
You liked Mr. Fantastic?
who is in the tornado? Who is him?
Sorry about that.
He had to fight football. Had to fight. He's the big big like that robot. That's the stump up there. That's the stump. Oh, wow, you have to live.
Satisfying.
That's it big.
Double the fun.
You have to throw him in the water.
Big 1, 2, 3.
4. Wow. It's just fun to get in there.
Well, hello there.
That's 3.
That was unusually satisfying.
He's there now. He was in the tornado posting.
That's cool.
He's out of control.
He's hard to control sometimes.
So I can have it. A better way. Like this.
What's a better way to do it? Wiggle it.
Yeah, but
Wiggle his arms. Wiggle it like that. Ah.
but I have no idea. Let's wiggle the robot. And wait, here's the robot.
Not so fast, friend.
That's 3.
Sorry about that. Not so fast, friend.
Is he taught?
He's smart.
Like, taught.
Look.
Futile attempt.
Wow, he's so big. That's the tippy toe.
Yeah, he's trying to block as much damage as possible. And he'll shoot it back.
I've got you.
Wow, why did he get this? He's big like that.
Yeah, he gets big like that, dude.
I know too.
He gets big like that, dude. There, this dude.
Oh, is that bad guy you open? Is that yours?
It's a robot. It's a practice robot.
Oh,
Just like I practice sometimes with this guy.
Get big in this. He gets big.
Big. Look at her.
My dad built spiders for himself. But
He's big like that too. He's big. He's big.
I need to practice playing her more.
I like this.
This is gonna hurt. Boo, go the spiders. Double KO. Whoever they are, they look lovely. Wow, 4 in a row. 5.
Some bad guy rolls up the good
There are bad guy robots. Yep.
Some good robot.
Look at this. It's,
Check out these nests.
yeah, I did. Did you see the Venom costume, buddy? Remember? I was talking to Eli. Just making sure he noticed it.
What was that?
Coming back from that.
It's spider time!
Where's that and see?
What?
Good. What's that?
This is my my robot.
It's robot. What's that?
That's mine.
Time for some fireworks.
There you go.
I know that sound. It just wasn't your day. Double KO.
Mom. Mark. How? Yeah. Oh, does it have to jump?
This is gonna hurt.
What? Wow, look at those webs.
Yeah.
That's
And I can run up walls. Do you want to see this? This is cool.
This is gonna hurt.
I'll hold it now.
My trap worked.
Fucking helpful.
And that's how we do it in Tokyo.
See?
You gonna go check out Gabe? I'm gonna eat.
Yeah, just eat my lollipop.
What?
Oh,
I think Mom took it. Did Diva take it?
Get the job done.
Go look. Make sure Diva didn't grab it.
Wasn't your day.
Diva May. What do you got?
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. You never stood a chance. I know that sound.
See, I'm fucking helpful.
That's 3.
Nice working with you, kid.
Wow, 4 in a row. It just wasn't your day.
See, I'm fucking helpful.
Spiders get the job done. That's 3. You never stood a chance. Wow, 4 in a row.
We could play a little bit of Penny today too when we get a chance. If we get a chance, if she's not picked in.
Spiders get the job done. It just wasn't your day.
Eli, no fits.
Whoever they are, they don't
Apparently you've been good all day. No fits.
My good deed for the day.
Double kill. You never stood a chance.
What are you doing? No, you cannot have my burger. So, like as we do when we eat, yeah, we're definitely playing more Rebels tonight. Too bad. Stop. Go away. Stop begging for my food. Hmm.
Breaking news right now, RC-135 did a sortie by Venezuela's coast last night, so just a few hours ago, and this is one of the biggest developments in this entire conflict. So when it comes to the RC-135 rivet joint, it's one of the top surveillance planes on the entire Earth. I mean, this thing is highly capable. It was escorted by F-18Es, F's likely EA-18G Growlers were a part of this as well, and I'm going to break down exactly why this is going down right now and why this is so significant. Again, I think this incident itself is the biggest development in this potential conflict that we've had so far. Also, B-52s a part of this package, and I'm going to talk about why that's important as well. So let's dive right into it. So we'll get into this flight tracking of exactly what went down. So this is happening on November 20th, the night of November 20th into the morning of November 21st. Now we can see right here, Felix 1-1. So Felix 1-1, Boeing FA-18E Super Hornet, and likely a package, because this is what's showing up on flight
Take
radar.
my
But
nighttime meds so I don't have to do
definitely
it.
believe that this was not operating as a singleton. When it comes to fighter aviation, you're never operating as a single aircraft. You've got a package with you. You need mutual support, especially when you're
Take
going
it
up against
out,
an
get out of the
adversary
way.
that has Su-30s, F-16s, MiG-29s. The option for you to basically run out of missiles.
Yeah, last time we played Top, I was a little upset Mag got
You don't want to just have
banned.
one single F-18 up there. So I'm going to talk to you about why this is such an important part of this whole situation. And the reason why is because it's a strike package and it is a testing of the Venezuelan air defenses. Now, when it comes to any type of conflict, you got to test and you got to know what's being sent up against you. So again, Felix 1-1 FA-18E, and then over here, just this little guy over here. Don't mind this little guy. So not technically near the very hot spots of Venezuela, but the reach of this thing is incredible. And I want to do a quick breakdown of that RC.
I think the reach of all of our arsenal is incredible.
But this is a breaking development, guys, knowing that we've got this strike package up there and ready to operate. I mean, it's just huge. So when we look at exactly what's going on with this whole situation, you can look and see Felix 1-1 about 25,000 feet operating right there off the coast of Venezuela, and they are going to be doing testing with the different air defenses. So when it comes to the F-18, the EA-18G Growler, you're going to be testing the air defenses to see what kind of radars are turning on to spot you. So it's kind of like you're baiting the enemy, saying, hey, let's see what you can actually send up against us. And then Albus 6-9 or 3-9 over here, 6-9, that was a Freudian slip. That is testing as well and seeing what kind of radars are turning on anywhere near the coast, and mainly Caracas, because Maduro, the president of Venezuela, is definitely concerned with preserving his regime. That's kind of the number one thing that Maduro wants to preserve. So likely the radars that the Albus 3-9 is spotting are going to turn on and boop, look over here at this fighter to see what they're doing. And that's just a huge development, something that is basically key when you're going to establish air superiority. You need to know what radars are going to turn on. And quickly jumping over here, I want to show you this diagram from the BBC. So this is actually a tanker taking off out of the Tyndall area, somewhere around Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida. They're going to fly south to support this strike package mission. And again, probably two tankers that are going to fly south last night, and then they're going to be here in an orbit in a safe zone by what looks to be probably the USS Ford. So they're going to be near the USS Ford, so they're protected by all the different SM-2s, the Tomahawks, all the different missiles that can take down any type of threats that are coming at it. Drones, Shahhead drones basically arriving in Venezuela. Hundreds of those daily, probably they're up to like multiple thousands of those that are actually in Venezuela now at this point. But this tanker is going to sit here and hover and be the airborne gas station, the airborne Texaco, and up there just waiting. Just don't think that this is a real gas station, but it's a gas station that has the ability to pass gas fast. It's not going to take a long time. They're going to quickly get gas out to these different assets like Felix 1-1, that's the F-18s, Albus 3-9, RC-135, and then just a little side note, we've got Timex 1-1, which is a B-52, which is also going to be off the coast. So when you think of the perfect strike package, you think of a massive cruise missile truck. So something with JSOWs, those joint standoff weapons, those are going to be going into the B-52, and those are going to go up against any type of air defenses right away. So this triple threat, I like to call this the triple threat because you've got the fighters, you've got the surveillance aircraft, again, the best surveillance aircraft in the world, in my opinion, and then you've got the bomb truck over here, the B-52s. So likely 2 B-52s, likely 1 RC-135, and likely 4 to 6 of the fighters over here doing their thing, and then Pyro 3-3 out there executing the job, and just kind of scanning, seeing what the potential strike package could be. There's a lot of assumptions here. Obviously, everybody's kind of assuming there's going to be B-1s involved. Yep. But again, looks like we've got some images here. This is great. So good images here of this
I didn't know
actual
you could
strike
refill
package
like
itself. Amazing.
B2,
So
that's
I
a
love
beast.
having this real data, but this looks to me to be, this is the
PC30.
RC-135. This, that big nose has got some radar
35.
sensors,
Okay.
lots of different sensors underneath this thing. If you can see all the electronic, antennas underneath this RC-135 spy plane. it's loaded to the teeth with people that are
Wow.
intercepting messages. You know, they're basically listening to Maduro talk to his mistress probably, and you know, he's concerned. He doesn't want to lose his empire. He doesn't want to lose his kingdom. And so these RC-135 operators are in there just listening to every peep coming out of there. And then you've got these excellent fighters up there just doing work. They've got bags on them, which are the tanks here. There's a couple AMRAAMs here, so 2 AMRAAMs, so probably 4 AMRAAMs, and then an AIM-9X is what I would expect as well. Maybe even 6 AMRAAMs apiece on these F-18s. Highly, highly capable jets. So really awesome for this photo to come out showing us all these different technologies and capabilities. I mean, real-time data,
That's pretty
breaking
cool.
data. And again, here's some more.
Looks
Let's
like China's
see,
keeping an
showing
eye on it,
us
huh?
some of the launches. So this is a ground launched F-18. So that would be flying out of potentially like Puerto Rico or somewhere like that, if they were doing that. And then yeah, these are just different assets. Ooh, the F-15E. I love that. Beautiful. And then just a quick breakdown. I'm gonna step through the F-18, and then we're gonna jump into the RC-135 as well, into that
Pretty
rivet
amazing
joint.
that the pods
So you have come to the right
are like
place, my
full.
friend. But the F-18E. So let's talk about that one
If
first.
there's
So
no
this is
bar
what was
behind
up
here.
there. And this is going to be the call sign Felix 11. All right. So Felix 11, right down here, hovering off the coast, hovering, you know what I mean? Basically, combat
Doing
air
a pattern.
patrolling and seeing what's going to light them up. They're kind of the bait, but you're in the most maneuverable fighter, and that's what's asked of you a lot of times as a fighter pilot. Hey, we need to send something up there to see what sensors are going to turn on. Hey, Felix, grab your stuff. You're going up against this thing. Quick coffee break. So the E, why is the E significant versus the F? So the E, F-18E, that is the single seat air superiority fighter. Because again, if you've seen my previous videos, guys, establishing air superiority is the #1 priority when it comes to a conflict. And that's what you got to do right off the bat. And knowing that Venezuela has some things they can send up, you got to know how to take them down when they do inevitably launch these things. And again, the progressive
They
steps
still got
that
like
I'm
P-51
seeing are
Mustangs.
leading towards some sort of a surgical campaign to take down Maduro. And I'm going to tell you why here in a second. I've got some breaking critical intel that's coming out of the Department of War that I want to share with you as well, that basically shows maybe some of the strategic plans of what we might see over the next couple weeks. I mean, it's a hotbed. It's turning into an insane hotbed. But the F-18E, very specifically designed for air-to-air. And when you look at these, no tanks. So ideally, you don't have tanks.
They're
on them because
maneuverable,
you
they're
don't want
light.
to be weighed down by those things, but they're easily punchable. You just punch them off, and there you go. Especially out over the ocean, you're not worried about them hitting anything. So that's why we saw in that other photo, likely these things had tanks on them, so they can do those long swaths of combat air patrols. And then we've got AMRAAMs. We've got that beautiful AIM-120. This one's got some down here, kind of on the intake mounts, and down here as well. And then it looks to be an AIM-9X on the edge. And you want those AIM-9Xs on the very edge of the jet so that they have the most field of view. So when you're in a dogfight, you're in a close-in engagement, you want the most field of view. And there might be the chance that they have to do visual IDs when it comes to striking any aircraft. I mean, in this region, the only people that are going to be putting up Su-30s and F-16s are going to be Venezuela. However, Colombia has F-16s as well. So you have to be very careful as a fighter pilot, and you might need a visual ID. And so that's why having the AIM-9X is huge. Also, the AIM-9X going up against drones is going to be, it's going to be a home run. But you don't have many of them. You only got 2 on your jet. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see laser-guided rocket pods starting to be installed on these F-18s as well. But just a quick breakdown of this thing. It entered the fleet in 1999, and it's been a workhorse. The E model, extreme workhorse. The F model is the 2-seat variant, and that's more of the strike variant, which you'd be sending in to take down any air-to-ground targets and basically follow on after the B-52 launches its massive salvo of standoff weapons. They're going to have a lot of weapons that can go in and strike, the presidential palace. They can strike the different air bases launching the Su-30s. So lots of different options here. But the EF, it's a Block 2 Super Hornet, and it's been basically the mainstay when it comes to technology. Blasting off the ship, having the most technology, the best avionics, even close to what the F-35 has as far as avionics. The radar in the F-35 is going to be more advanced, but this F-18 is nothing that should be discounted as well. And the way that they've adapted this thing, they've gone from the E, the F, the EA-18G, that electronic attack aircraft. So primary function is air superiority for the E model, and then multi-role for the F model, the 2-seater there. So tons of capability. It's 60 feet long. It's 44 feet wide. Its maximum takeoff weight 66,000 pounds. The speed on this thing, guys, Mach 1.8.
Yeah.
Mach 1.8. I mean, it's driving that home. Ceiling is 50,000 feet plus. Combat range 1,200 nautical miles. The ferry, the distance it can go just from point to point is about 1,600 nautical miles. But when it's actually in a combat configuration and engagement zone, 1,200 nautical miles. And you've got those tankers back there by the USS Ford being protected by it. You're good to go. It's got a 20 millimeter cannon on it, AIM-9X Sidewinders, AIM-120 AMRAAMs, also the Harpoon anti-ship missiles, Maverick missiles, the Joint Standoff Weapon, that's that cruise missile that we've talked about before, that can be carried by this thing as well. So again, highly capable aircraft and just awesome. Just so cool to see it up there doing its job. Those pilots are just, they've got to be so excited right now.
Yeah.
And then just stepping through some more
Look at
imagery,
the helicopters.
more imagery of the RC-135 that's getting a lot of press right now. And again, when you look at basically the layout of everything, where this thing's going to be flying, it's showing the Felix, so that's going to be the F-18s, and yeah, there we go. So the breakdown of this thing is they're basically putting Felix over here on the northwest, and then you've got on the eastern side, you've got Albus 39. And speaking of Albus 39, that RC-135 rivet joint. So what's the big deal with the rivet joint, right? Why do we care? But if you look at this thing, if you look at the
that bulge
massive
out
amount
the
of
side.
sensors,
That's
see these
sensors and
cheeky
everything.
Sensors,
Yeah.
likely these are massive ASA radars. They're intelligence gathering
Mm-hmm.
antennas. They're very highly classified sensitive systems that can collect what's called SIGINT, signals intelligence. And signals intelligence is kind of the name of the game. I mean, I would say it's probably one of the most important parts of this whole operation is knowing what you're going to be going up against. And they're just up there hoovering up as much information as possible. Venezuela's kind of helpless to this thing as well because the different bands it collects on, the way it collects, it's so sensitive, it's so highly classified. No one knows exactly how to get around this thing. And then you see all the different antennas on the bottom of this thing right here. That's also going to be taking in a lot of information from handheld radios, cell phones. There's no escaping this thing. That's kind of the best way for me to put it. The big picture with this thing, it is a high value asset, extremely high value asset. So it is interesting to me when you look at the layout, having the fighters way over here. I mean, that's over 100 miles away, having that much distance between this aircraft and the fighters. It wouldn't surprise me if we had some sort of F-35B escort, some stealth escort with this thing, because this is a high value asset that you cannot risk losing. All right, because we don't have many of them. You cannot lose these things. So you have to be very highly tuned in and dialed into protecting these things. Number one thing, protect the high value assets, keep them safe. So this is surprising, seeing this amount of distance between, which makes me think there are some other assets up there. Again, we got the boys out of Tyndall flying the F-22. We've got F-35s in the region as well in San Juan, Puerto Rico with the Marines. So again, got lots of different assets, stealth assets to protect these. So I'm just hoping that was a part of the plan there. But some of the features, it's a highly modified C-135 called the rivet joint, and it's got a massive onboard sensor suite, and that allows it to maintain basically autonomy over signals intelligence, knowing exactly what's going on. It can geolocate signals throughout the electromagnetic spectrum. I mean, there's so many highly classified capabilities of this thing that it really can't be understated, where it's collecting from all the different spectrums of the electromagnetic spectrum. The mission is to gather information in a variety of formats and then create a wide range of intelligence gathering that's then pushed to the different consumers of that. So the National Security Agency, the CIA, the Department of War in general is going to be collecting massive amounts of information from this aircraft. And then that's going to be directly delivered to the president's desk. So this is an aircraft, could even likely be talking to the Secretary of Defense.
Mm-hmm.
Likely the Joint Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is directly tied into the missions that are going on with this, because this intel is happening real time, and that's something to foot stomp. Real time intel happened just a few hours ago, so that information is being pumped directly to the decision makers as we speak, and they can make real time decisions while this thing's up and airborne. They can see the different threats that are turning on, the threats that are turning off, where Maduro is likely focused on protecting himself from. And it is seating 30 people inside this. So again, you've got all these signals, you got all these antennas to collect the information, and there's 30 intelligence analysts on this thing. So it's like you've got 30 spies, 30 spooks up there listening in to exactly what's going on, to know exactly what's happening. So there's the cockpit crew. You've got electronic warfare officers, so jamming anything, trying to kill it, trying to shoot it down. You've got intelligence operators, and then there's in-flight maintenance technicians for all the different systems. So very highly capable aircraft. I cannot stress that enough. And if you look at this thing, just look at the shape of that nose. So the different
Got like
radars
a
that are on this
nose.
thing, it's different than the shape of any other aircraft that's out there. And that's due
Because
to the
it's
fact
looking
that
to
you have
receive
to
as much as it can.
keep gathering that intelligence in a way that adapts to the threat, because the threat's going to continually be adapting as well. There's a nice side view of that RC-135 rivet joint. Just super highly capable spook aircraft, highly classified aircraft. Not many people know much about this, but it's refuelable, so it has the ability to aerial refuel. So basically keep this thing airborne for, you know, a day or plus at a time, probably even more. And it's done work in every major theater, and that's why I want to highlight this as well. Every major theater, guys, has gotten work done from this thing. So just some highlights that I want to share with you guys that's recently come up, and we can't understate kind of the what we're going to see moving forward, because the potential of conflict has never been
Be
higher.
prepared
Now
to
having
pounce.
the RC-135, and they're scooping up all this information. So that rivet joint did its flights the November 20th through the 21st, pumped real-time information back to the Department of War. We've got F-18s that are up there protecting it, likely F-35Bs as well. And this just underscores to me this pressure campaign that's going up against Maduro. It's a broader campaign that's really pushing Maduro to the point where it's either going to be negotiation time or it's going to be kinetic option time. So it's clear that the U.S. is signaling that American military reach in the Caribbean has no bounds, because these
He
assets,
already
a
stated he was
USS
going to
Ford
defend his
supercarrier,
empire or
launching
whatever it is.
F-18Es, Fs, E-18Gs. It doesn't quite have the outfit for the F-35s,
Yeah,
but again,
22
we've got them
Raptors.
there with the Marines in Puerto Rico. But the RC-135 itself, it's going to be intercepting radar communications, electronic emissions, and it flew in international waters, international airspace off of the coast. But the reach of this thing is massive. So we can see that it basically got close, didn't cross into that airspace, so it maintained that it was legal. And it also had a B-52 off of its wing, that B-52 Stratofortress out there with those JASSMs. Those JASSMs are going to be those cruise missiles that are going to have the ability to stealthily sneak in and strike. So just a very highly capable strike package here. But what is the primary objective? So why is this going on? Well, really, it's to collect real-time data on the Venezuelan air defenses and their IADs, their integrated air defense systems, such as their Russian-supplied S-300s. If you've seen my previous videos, I've really harped on the S-300 because that's the most capable anti-aircraft, anti-ship, all the different anti-capabilities that they're trying to take down. It's the S-300, and that is a VM variant, the Victor Mike variant, which is a more updated variant that Russia has supplied to Venezuela. So the U.S. is basically going in and seeing, hey, how do these
now
things
Russia's not
react
touching
to
that
our
at
different
all.
forces going into the area?
Russia can't afford to expend any more military
very
equipment anyway.
intelligent, very, I guess, very crucial intelligence that's being collected right now. So collect real-time data from the Venezuela integrated air defense systems. And then a senior defense official has claimed that this is normal operations for the USS Ford, but they emphasize that their dual role is testing the Venezuelan sensors and their responses. And then Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, he amplified this, and he basically said that the upcoming designation of Venezuela's Cartel de los Soles, a Maduro-linked drug network, as a foreign terrorist organization that's happening soon. It's happening here in the next few days. This will bring a whole bunch of new options to the United States, hinting at expanded sanctions, asset freezes, and possibly kinetic actions under that foreign terrorist organization. So again, things are going to step up, guys. I'm going to keep you posted as this develops. Again, I think this is the most breaking news that we've had so far. Things are heating up. So as we see that FTO designation happen,
this week.
the Department of War, the gloves are off. And Maduro's shaking in his boots. Can guarantee that. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate you being here. It means a lot.
MTG resigns. What?
like that unless someone is like such a rhino. Because MTG is not like a Don Bacon where, you know, Don Bacon would just vote with the Democrats on everything and then claim to be a Republican. She's more of a like a hurdle for the administration. It's not like they have to campaign and try to get her vote. She'll vote with Trump 95% of the times, maybe 99%. I think the only issue they don't vote together on is foreign aid to Ukraine, Israel, and whatnot, and the Epstein files. But even then, it's like not even 1% of all the voting that goes on in Congress. So MTG really does vote with Trump on a multitude of issues. But the problem with her is she's right. The administration is in a vulnerable spot, and Republicans could lose the midterms. So it's bad for her to be going on The View and CNN to go campaign essentially against the administration. And that's the problem, MTG. That's why you have no coalition around you. I'm not going to, you know, join in and say, oh, good riddance. I'm not that kind of person. I think she has been somebody that contributed a lot. I would
just never liked her.
forget the fact that she was one of the few to stand up after the 2020 election. When Trump was getting impeached, she was one of the few to fight against that impeachment. Her voice was essential. She kind of like helped Trump by absorbing some of the attacks. That's kind of what it is. Like she has absorbed like some of the attacks against him. Her, Lauren Boebert, who's less talkative now. She's a little quiet, Lauren Boebert. But there was a point where Trump was getting attacked from all angles. Now it's a lot cooler, right? The media doesn't really do all that as much as they used to. Like they would blatantly just lie about
That's
everything.
crazy news.
Like they take a clip where he said like part of the N-word, and then they'll take a different clip and then make it sound like he said the N-word in public. And so that was the level of attack Trump was under. But, you know,
I was never a big fan of MTG.
I commend her. I wish her the
She
best.
was okay, but she was kind of annoying at times too.
I understand why the administration feels she is antagonistic and they want her gone.
She has been antagonistic. It's completely
Same reason
understandable.
why they are after Massey. Massey is consistently undermining the team, right? You can't undermine the team and then get confused why they want you gone. You know, the running back can't be running the other way in football. And then the coach takes him out and he's like, Coach, why are you taking me out?
Why'd you do
because
that?
you're not attacking. You're not running that A gap. Okay. You're not running the A gap correctly. So it
You're
is
running no
one of those
gap.
things. It's politics. It's a vicious, vicious world.
Yeah.
And MTG got a taste of it. She did sound like she was going to run for something else. That sounded
Probably
like a
local
campaign
governor or
speech.
something like that.
I don't know what she plans to run on, but it's going to be interesting to see. I know a lot of you guys just don't like MTG, and that's okay. That's okay.
Like for her whatsoever.
I won't say
None
I
whatsoever
like
for her.
in terms of what I
But
appreciate in a
good,
politician.
I guess.
She's not pragmatic.
She was kind of annoying, and she's definitely speaking out against Trump way too much.
She's like a firebrand. That was her whole rise to politics. She became this person that was like, MAGA, Trump, like she was synonymous with Trump at some point. So I'm not going to hate her, but she is somebody that has done some good. And she's better than Lindsey Graham. She's better than Mitch McConnell, right? Like we have to kind of separate her from that rank because I feel like people now think she's like someone who would vote to impeach Trump. It's just not how that is. Her disposition is someone who, you know, wants to be independent, but also wants to have the support of the administration she can criticize. And that's just not how politics works. She did release a statement. You know, I think it was just a text version of what she said. But yeah, I think there was a part in there that I thought was worth looking at. Through it all, I never changed, never went back on my campaign promises, blah, blah, blah. That as well. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interest because our job title is literally representative. That part I have to talk about, right? If you are representing your district,
You gotta take in
should
mind of what your people are wanting.
retire, not resign. There's a difference. Because now her district doesn't have a vote in Congress for a few months until a special election can be called by the Georgia representatives, by the Georgia officials, Brian Kemp and the legislature, until they can organize a local election in her district to get someone in. She has effectively deprived her district of a vote in Congress. And I think Marjorie should have retired, not resigned, because it would have meant she wouldn't be running in the Republican primary, but she still can give her vote when Republicans need it. I think that would have been the right thing to do. But
she doesn't
flat
care.
out just go away is ridiculous. And she kind of explained it. She wants to. It's kind of like sabotage a little bit, you know, because she said, what did she say? She said something about, like, Republicans are going to lose the midterms, and I'm not going to want to be going up there to go defend Trump when he gets impeached by Democrats. That's kind of like, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's kind of what she said. But if she was like truly representing her district, she should have probably stayed in that and retired as opposed to resigning immediately. She's going to try for the Senate, someone says. I think that's going to be interesting. She probably doesn't have the coalition to run for the Senate.
No, she's made too many enemies on the hill.
Angling for a bigger run. I don't know what she can't win the presidency.
Mom Donnie's in better graces than her. Well, that's crazy news. Camo to gray. Getting a new tank.
What's going on, guys? I want to welcome you back. Holy 2 months it's been since we've done a tier list on this channel. It turns out
a 41-minute tier list. This is all the tiers
about superheroes for a month and host everything with rivals. You cook your voice more than a well done Jeff. I don't know why we had to do the asset. Just thought it would add to the dark opening. I swear I saw a lot of people at the 1 year anniversary and they're like, hey, it's great to meet you. I'll watch your tier list. Where the hell are they? And good to meet you too, but I'm back. All right, I'm here at the perfect time as Season 5 had a truckload of changes. Gambit came to the game. The Vanguard strategists all got buffed up, and we're going to rank every hero within this game. And if you're new around here, allow me to show you around. We've got high elo and low elo, two different tier lists today. One obviously for the more beginner side of things, and the other for the shower list. You know, the sweats, the grinds out there in the best of play, because, well, in Marvel Rivals, game sense, skill, and mechanics, they matter a ton, man. I went through the painstaking process of ranking all the heroes twice, so you don't even have to worry about it. And if you enjoy the emotional damage and appreciate it, subscribe down below, trying to get to 150k. Okay, enough yapping. Let's hop in. All right, guys, as always, we're going to start from top to bottom, alphabetical order, timestamps down below. We start with Adam Warlock. Now, you guys know, I mean, since a year ago when this game came out, a lot of changes to Adam from triple res to where he is now with his cooldown resets, but one thing has remained the same, and that is you've got to be super efficient with his cooldowns and his skill management. Still, if you're top of the top, if you're Melio, Karova, these kind of, you know, known gods on the Golden God, then he's really good, and, you know, he can borderline one of the better strategists in the game. But because of that skill ceiling and really just the ease of other strategists to utilize, I'm going to put him in A for high elo, and then because all that weight and skill that you need, I'm going to put him way down on, let's go D for low. I won't put him in F, but you don't get really that value that you want out of him in low elo. Much better picks there. You're going to see this a lot with strategists that the more skill you get, you know, the better they're going to get on the high elo side. And the more skill they require, the lower they are. But yeah, you know, he can flirt with, not really S, but in that top of A category. For high elo, the res is still very good. And I'm telling you, if you learn how to alt fire the correct way, his cooldown reset is pretty damn ridiculous. And now he has Soul Flight, got a little buff there. Karmic Revival is all the much faster in the ult charge, so A tier for Adam. Next up, we have Angela, and this is our newest Vanguard. Wasn't able to rank her because we did not do the last season of Tier List, thanks to Ignite. Where does she fall? Well, Heaven is falling, honestly, in the high elo in the S tier. I think Angela, and this might surprise you if you wondering what's going on in low elo. We'll get to that in a moment. Angela kind of does it all. I did have a hard time whether or not she goes in A or S tier because of a lot of the meta picks right now, and her counter picks are S tier as well, like Invisible Woman, which, spoiler, but I guess not too much of one. She could do so much for the team and is really coming into her own. Reminds me of like Human Torch, which is buff after buff that it found not only just crazy good play, but the play style is becoming a lot more efficient. We're seeing the pro scene play it, as well as just being able to pick off flanks, displace, and be a constant nuisance. Love Angela. I think she's crazy good this patch. On the other end, I even have a hard time putting her here. I think, dude, she's C tier, maybe in low elo. I mean, I can't tell you how many low elo players I see just running off to who God knows where. The follow-up is not there. The displacement is for nobody but themselves, and they're often feeding. It's just not a great character with the skill use in low elo, and so there are better picks there if you do plan on playing Vanguard, which good luck to you. It's hell out there. So ultimately, S tier, C tier. Next up, we have King of Wakanda, Black Panther. And listen, there's always a case to be made. I saw this Panther do XYZ. It doesn't matter. Black Panther is in a very tough spot. The one tricks, the people that love him still don't even like him right now because everything is going against him. Not only are you just having Vanguards where they are now, everything can answer the tickle monster here in Black Panther. Not going to be great in high elo, not really good in low elo. I guess you could maybe make a case at the top skill level. You could get more use out of him, but I have him in D tier for both. Not F. I do think there are some case scenarios, some that he could be utilized. So he's near the bottom, not at the bottom, both sides. My man, Guang, we got to figure out Black Panther. And honestly, this is the easiest transition ever. They're trying to bring like a team up with him to kind of put a band-aid fix on him. Same with our next hero in Black Widow. Okay, listen, guys, I know they brought a new strategist. It's the sexy thing to say, Black Widow Phoenix is crazy, but there's just not a lot of use for it. I mean, the higher you get, all right, Black Widow does get better in high elo. There's just, why do that when you can do the other things, right? And so Black Widow ultimately, even with the new shiny team up, just like Black Panther, has that. I just don't see a reason to put them that high. So I'm going to put Black Widow in D tier for high elo. Really? Want to put her higher, but that's where she's ultimately going to land in what I've seen in the early case scenarios. And then I'm going to go F tier, obviously, for low elo. You should not be playing Black Widow in low elo because you're not getting any use. Maybe you could say the Phoenix team up is better, but even if you're going Black Widow Phoenix, 2 out of your 6 play, it's a bad time there on the low mechanical side of things. So putting her down there towards the bottom of low elo. And that's also because there's just no way to fix this character without buffing her, and if you buff her, you make her too strong, so they gave her the team up. So they've got to figure out both Black Panther and her to rework them in a way that feels authentic to the character and the hero, but they're not, busted in their current design. Next up, guys, we have Blade, and Blade was one of the tougher ones to place as well. I think you can get use out of him. I just think there are other options at the moment. Gambit was able to answer a lot of what he does on the high elo side, and you just ultimately don't end up seeing or utilizing him as much. I do think he's underrated. And I want this opinion to change. All right, if you're the Daywalker yourself over there, drop down in the comments why I should put him higher. I'm gonna have him higher in low elo though, because I think the Moon Knight team up with him is crazy, especially down there, and you still can utilize a lot of what he does well. And Gambit and the way that Gambit is there to cleanse just doesn't happen as often. So I'm gonna put him in B tier for Blade on low elo, C tier for high. I want to say top of C tier, could flirt with the B tier, but ultimately that's where I'm going to have Blade, kind of this situational hero, and you're going to see a lot of other heroes in this tier as situational. Okay, so Bruce Banner. I know a lot of people think Hulk should be H. We're going to go with B for Bruce Banner. Where do we put him? Honestly, I think he's probably, sadly, not a great Vanguard at the moment in a couple of areas. I still think somebody that's cracked at this hero, the best of the best Hulks are the most entertaining to watch, and I still think are in a league of their own, right? You can counter him for sure. I think the bubble with the clap decrease has really helped out. That buff was nice, but in comparison to the other options, once again at Vanguard, you got to go with that for Hulk. Okay, gonna say it, low elo, probably the worst tank in the game. There's just, you don't get the follow-up. The survivability is not there. He just doesn't get to offer anything you want to. The team-up's gone with Namor. Hulk is just not the pick in low elo. In high elo, I've got him in B. Top of B, I think that he's a lot better there. Wanted to put him in A. I respect him. I love when Hulk is competitive. And he's okay. He just doesn't really compare right now to some of the other options. And I'm going to be honest, it's tough to play some of the Vanguards right now. A lot of changes and shifts in the meta, but early telling, this is kind of where he feels like he falls. All right, next Vanguard on the list, Captain America. And hey, guys, listen. All right, we're going to have a conversation about Steve Rogers. I've watched a lot of pro play, right? Some of up there than most in the world because I host, all the Rivals events. Captain America, I think, right next to Hulk, is the hardest hero to master at the highest level. And I think he has the biggest impact. In fact, if you looked at grand finals, I think he was the most important hero in a lot of these comps for so many reasons. However, if you look at pro play, which is not only representing high elo, I think that he is SSS, okay? In high elo, I still think he's very good. But not a lot of people can play him at his top degree. Why is that? Well, you're responsible for everything, right? It requires teamwork. You're going to see heroes today that I place low versus high because of the teamwork that is involved with that hero. Storm is a good example of that. But Captain America, the new ult change is crazy. You can charge Venom's ult in seconds, man. But when you try to put this all together with a team that doesn't have that coordination, or if you don't know when to dive with your Psylocke or to jump in the backline or to extend and lead the charge as the first Avenger or to keep that sustain up. There's so many things you have to track. Not to mention, you have to perfect the animation cancel. If you're not going to learn that, don't even play him in high elo, really, at this case. So I'm going S tier, by the way. He's S tier for sure. I think non-disputed in high elo. Low elo, though, guys, it's just a trash can, man. It's like him before the super serum. You're not able to do any of those things at the right level. The most value you're getting out of him is Captain staying alive. And even then, it's like you could be doing more. I put him in C for Captain America. Not really. I put him in C. I feel like maybe it could even be lower than that. There's just too much responsibility, right? If you're playing Captain, so I have him low and low elo. Next up, we got Cloak and Dagger. This is a very tough hero to rank in this meta because if you look at just the pure kit value, Cloak and Dagger, they're a good hero, right? You would think so. But now that we've got the rise of all these strategists, they got a buff to their health. They're not exactly comparing one-to-one with some of the others in the game. Now, let's start with low elo. They get some shocks around here. S tier. I think the auto aim, I think how easy the ult is to utilize. I think the entire kit and the auto aim with Cloak,
they still suck sometimes.
It's simplified enough to make it so consistent that this is one of the best heroes you can play at a low elo level. But because of that and all the other options at strategist and skill that comes with that, she falls massively at high elo. I've got her down to B tier, which is crazy. Could have even put her lower. I think she's actually she's right there as one of the worst strategists right now. I think there's one other that you can maybe guess that's below her because of just comparison to the other strategists at the level. So Cloak and Dagger, if you're in low elo, again in that kind of low end of diamond and below, then go for it. But if you're in high elo, better options, start learning those. Matt Murdock, guys, Daredevil, another hero I did not get to rank, did not get to talk about last season, and my God, I'm excited to talk about him. Daredevil is all sorts of crack, and I think he's probably overall the best hero in this game. It's right there with a couple others. He's so busted, man, for so many reasons. His combo potential, his just reliance by himself of what you can pull off with it. Just he's crazy, man. You just watch him at any level and you're just laughing. So much so he's so crazy that you don't even have to, like, if you perfect the combos and the exact ability formations or whatever to nail down when to spring to your opponent and resetting the fury the correct way, he's busted. So he's S tier, high elo, no question. Top of the S. Low elo, though, because he's still super easy. I'm not saying he's not hard to play, because there's a lot of complexity, and the skill ceiling goes way up there. Don't get me wrong. But I still think he's easy enough to almost button mash on that you could still put him in A tier. Probably low A tier. I wouldn't be playing a lot of Daredevil at low elo, but he's still that good. That's how good his kit is and design altogether. Yeah, I probably want to put him lower in low elo just because of flanking heroes I'm just not crazy with at that level, but that's just how busted the kid is. Dr. Stephen Strange, the Vanguard that got left out of the Vanguard patch. Where do you put him? This is a tough one because I think that there is quite literally so many things now that can counter him as a hero. Invisible Woman and Gambit being the main, final bosses for him at the moment. I'm still all about Strange. I think people that put him below A tier, you just can't. His damage is still reliable. His ultimate, yes, you can counter it, but it still is game winning. And the portal will always be the portal. I have seen people pitch, hey, maybe you put the portal on a 15-second cooldown when you swap to the hero to prevent some of that portaling back to point. But he will always be clutch in that regard. His shield is great. I'm not putting... He's low A. I will say that. By the way, this is at high elo and low elo. He's going to be A tier for both. He's low A, but still very much an A tier hero. He's probably a bit higher A in low elo for what matters. But yeah, I'm still a Doctor Strange fan, man. That's not changing. Now that takes us to Emma Frost, who did not get any buffs with the other Vanguards, and thank God, because she didn't need them.
Still pretty strong.
Emma is one of the more reliable counters to Gambit and his ultimate. But on top of that, does just wicked damage. Damage as a Vanguard. Crazy damage. Very easy to get a lot of use out of her. Can counter so many heroes with her specifically. Leads the charge. Great solo tank in low elo. Crazy good in high elo. Still has that solid team up with Psylocke, who we'll talk about that demon later. Definitely a very solid Vanguard at the moment. And honestly, it pains me to see... I'll spectate and look at low elo lobbies, and she's left open, and people still don't play her, and they're over there messing around with like, who knows, man, that a Groot, which you shouldn't probably at that level. Emma is still Emma. Mother's not changing. S tier for both. Oh, I'm about to make a name for myself, and damn it, he did. Holy damn. Hot damn. Gambit is crazy, dude. Gambit is everything you wanted in a strategist put into a package, and here we go. He is such a damn good character, and a fun one at that. The perfect now strategist. It's like, Ultron was too heavy on the duelist side. Now you've got a strategist that feels great as a strategist, and a duelist. People that main duelist can still go over and play Gambit efficiently, and it's hard to not do your job well at a high level. He's got a little bit of everything going on, man. And with his cleanse and his quick heals, his damage output's crazy. And
I just wish they made Ultron be able to shoot
on it all,
your
man.
own,
the very appropriate Cajun spice for the
and
Nolan
then
King,
like
King
it's
of
just like
Thieves.
a small
I've got
pick
Gambit in S tier
of
for high
healing,
elo, and I'm
and
gonna
then
go
at
with
the
A
end,
tier for low
like the
elo. I
large
still
burst of
think there
damage would
is
be a large
still
burst
a
of
lot of
healing
it that requires so
for
to get the
targeting
most out of them.
a friendly.
It's not all the way there for low elo, but I've got him still high up there, and a character you definitely should pick. Gambit in high elo, though, is going to be a ban candidate, and he is a no question.
I thought Ultron should be a DPS in the first place.
A pretty high level in this game. There are some pro players, man, that I can't wait to see and to host and to cast these guys, because they're going to be freaking demons on this guy. All right, next up, guys, we got the tree, and Groot was tough, okay? First of all, I almost put him in S tier for high elo. He was right there at the very edge. I have him at the top of A, and I think he could sneak into S tier. I'd probably put him in there. I ran out of room a little bit in the top end. Groot is going to be right there because of the unstoppable change, right? Groot with the unstoppable change, combining with already a very good hero in the meta that he's in. I love this tree all around. I still think he is one of the only ones that does his job the right way. He's so hard to get down. Certain maps, he is the quite literal final boss in Marvel Rivals. I like him a lot. So I've got him top of A for high elo. And then I got him, I don't know, where did I even put him in low elo? I put him low, man. I don't even have him on here. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, I missed him. My bad. I got him in B tier, okay? Got him in B tier for low elo. Definitely just... and that, I think that's probably low B, still to get the use out of the walls and to make sure you're using them efficiently is definitely something that is not easily learned until you start to get more skill with them. However, that also applies for your enemies, right? So if you put an ironwood wall up and you just master that down, you're unstoppable. And the enemies aren't always the smartest to burn that wall down, so you get more of that. And getting things with your ult, like there are trade-offs for high and low elo, which is why I have them in B and then top of A. Okay, next up, guys, we have Hawkeye, who is, I will see people and players on this game that make this guy look like a hero that I have not seen in Rivals, swear to God. But on the other side of hands, if you miss your shots, you are so worthless. Why are you even playing this game? He is definitely D tier for low elo. Doesn't come close. Could be F tier if I'm being honest. But every once in a while, a broken clock's right twice a day. Whatever the hell the saying is, So Hawkeye can hit shots in low elo at times. But at high elo, man, he is a tank buster. He can definitely be good in that regard. And I actually think he slept on a bit. Yes, you could charge a man and just put him in an uncomfortable situation, but those people that really play Hawkeye to the highest degree and at a good level, I think he's being slept on, man. I think he's B tier for high elo, probably low B tier, but B tier for that. Goddess of Death, Hela. Where do we got her? Listen, we got the Namor team up that's clearly busted. Okay. Her crow reset and the way that she works is just perfection. She's the hit scan hero. If you have mechanical aim, she will seem completely busted. You know, if you're coming from another game and you fire up Rivals and you're in that low elo and you play hella, congratulations, you have a one-way ticket out of low elo. But because of that, I've got her, and I still think she's A tier in low elo just because you're gonna hit some shots. Her ult is better in low elo because people are just less aware. And then the team up is the team up. She's S tier in high elo.
Nobody shoots anybody.
Best pick there at the hit scan position.
Ultimates.
Still the
If
goddess.
it's breakable, you should break it.
Okay, so Human Torch, I try to place in so many different tiers, and ultimately, guys, I gotta put him. I gotta put him at the bottom. I'm gonna put him at the bottom. And I don't want to put him here because I don't think he needs a lot of buffs right now, as in I don't want to see Torch rise to the top again. You know, the Flyers had their time. He's going to get some love, but it's crazy. With Invisible Woman being as dominant as she is, you know, Johnny Storm is just anything but a fireman. He has been completely extinguished. I've got him in F tier for both. For both, right? There's just better Flyers in every situation. And there's been enough creeps of nerfs to finally silence him. The hit scan's there completely to get rid of that as well. And he's just not a threat in any case or point. I mean, maybe you could put him in D tier if you want to, you know, you few Johnny Storm mains left. You want to feel good about yourself. But ultimately, you look at the pro scene, high elo. He's not there. He's not played at all. And low elo, just God, don't play him. I mean, yes, people don't look up as much, but play Iron Man. But that takes us to his sister in Invisible Woman. And I'm telling you, Guang, maybe they lost a bet over there. I don't know, man. I don't know. But Invisible Woman went from insane to what the hell's going on here. The best strategist right there with Gambit, and is an absolute great. Awesome. Just she's so good, man. Sue with the self-shield. Sue with the more damage. The ult. Everything that she does with the push, pull, and managing the game quite literally as a strategist to every sense of the word. If you haven't learned her, you got to put the time in. She's S tier, no question, high elo. Low elo, I've got her in A tier because I do think some of the highest level of benefit that you get from her does take some big brain play from Soup. So, you know, there are going to be things that you don't quite get off, but her survivability, and she's damn near unkillable now, man. If you die more than like 2 times on this hero, like it's a you problem, man. Next up, we move on to Iron Fist. And funny enough, I have these flopped at high and low elo, and I'll tell you why. Really, I still think he takes some skill to master and to play at the right level. And Wolverine has become easier over time in some regards. So him and Wolverine are the tank busters now in Rivals. However, one is doing a lot better than the other, and the heroes that Iron Fist can counter is much more needed right now. I'm telling you, Iron Fist, you got your hero back. I've got him in A tier for high elo pretty confidently. I think the hero's damn good at what he does and his job that he serves. There's going to be weaknesses that he has, but he's great against Flyers, man. I love everything about him. You do lose the Luna team up, you know, a bit because, you know, she's not there as much. But on low elo, I've got him in B tier, so a notch under that. To get that full efficiency out of Lin Lee, you got to be, I would say, a bit better of a player. But you'll see how I flop Wolverine to the other side, and that's probably the tank buster that I would play on the lower end of things. But Iron Fist right now, man, Vanguard's worst nightmare. Next up, we got Iron Man, who is just, he's the lawnmower in the sky. Listen, I was talking to the whole Rivals team at Ignite, and I'm like, could you make his ult where he, you know, he goes maximum and he can hold it, you know, kind of look around, and you can still shoot him, and then he can use it. There's nothing maximum about this guy. He's so easy to kill in every situation, and just feels slow, clunky. I've got him in D tier for high elo, and I think that's even showing some respect to Tony Stark. In low elo, at least you can get a lot of burst damage, and people are as good as taking them down, and the ult can get a couple of eliminations to earn you the point. I actually see a use for him in low elo more. I've got him in B tier for that. But yeah, Iron Man just feels bad. Jeff the Baby Land Shark, we're just coming out of the S tier meta for a lot of that, and that's because a lot of strategists are rising with it, and just the Animal Crossing backline, as we called it, in the casting role of survivability that you were able to get out of him. Still very good. Top of A for high elo. I've got him in S tier for low elo. I think he's an extremely easy hero to play, if I'm being honest, and it's a lot easier to get the value out of him. I think the skill cap is way up there for Jeff, but to get that value in low elo, I think is there. And I think you can pair him up with just about anybody. He's going to do his job successfully for damage and for healing. The bubbles, maybe you don't get as much use for in the min-max of the ult, but for the most part, with that new Whirlpool, he's just always going to do his job. He's going to cheese a lot of wins, especially on Domination and other maps like Yggdrasil. So I've got Jeff S tier for low. High elo, there's just better picks, but I still think he's very good. Very top of A, if that matters. But overall, I would probably lean towards some other strategists, which we'll get to. Hey guys, next up we've got Loki, and I'm having a tough time with Loki because personally, if I didn't run out of room in A tier, I'd probably squeeze him at the very end of A tier. I still think he's good, and I think the buffs that were given to him, if I'm being honest, like at the higher skill cap is really making a difference. Hit your shots, you can get rewarded, and that ult copy is still so clutch. With Gambit now and other reasons, I like Loki and the small changes that have brought him up to speed. You still have to go with some other choices, but those are going to get banned out, right? And when you lose Gambit or Invisible Woman, Loki's a good follow-up. On the other side of things, got him in C tier. He is losing more of that low elo value because of the skill gap and just the other heroes that are easier to play. So C tier for low, B tier for high. All right, Luna Snow. She was dominant the entire year of this game. She's got 20,000 skins in the game. But she's starting to fall down in viability a little bit. I'm going to put her for B tier, I think, for both elos. I think Luna is just not the Luna of yesterday, man. Her ult takes an eternity to charge. Yeah, she's got the snowflake, but there are just better choices most of the time. If you are perfect with the freeze and you can still really get that value there, sure, she can do her thing okay. It's just not, it's not the same. She's taken some nerfs, and that's definitely shown really where she's starting to fall. And then in low elo, you've got to have that mechanical skill that's not always there. And I think that you can just get more value out of what we've already talked about today with, you know, the Jeff Rocket, which we'll get to, Invisible Woman and more. So I do have Luna starting to fall just a bit. Now that takes us to Magic, and Magic's just kind of tough because you have Daredevil in the game, right? So what do you do when playing Magic outside of just loving Magic? Just feels like an awkward hero right now. I got situational, I think is the best way to describe her. And because of that, I've got her in C tier for both. I think you can get that value in low elo still and have that rush or whatever. But in high elo, like I couldn't put her higher than Blade. I have her in the same tier as some other, I would call situational heroes. She can be good, but there's just better, you know? Magneto, guys. Are you kidding me, man? Magneto is so, the double bubble is so stupid. I can't even believe it. I love this guy. Magneto is him, and it's that simple. Between his ult, the double bubble, being able to do master of everything.
Double bubble is a nice change.
Protect, you know, aggression, defensive. You could do it all. I think Magneto is the most fun Vanguard to play personally, too. He's kind of boring to some. The dude can do it all. He's an awesome one tank in low elo and the perfect complement in high elo. Not to mention, if you have Gambit, which he's there all the time, the team up is stupid. All right, so Mantis was the instant ban at Pro Play because of the damage boost that you could give, and you have your best DPS hyper carry. If you have a very good DPS player still, and you duo queue, Mantis, I think, is still a very solid hero. Has kind of gone down a little bit overall in viability. I'm going to put her down because of everyone rising up to the top of A tier for high elo. Low elo, probably B tier. You can still kind of, you know, if you're really good at the game and you feel like you're not the problem, play Mantis because you can self-boost yourself, heal others, and then the ult now makes a lot more sense. If you have Loki on your team, that team up is nasty as well. So Mantis is still doing fine this season. Got her an A and then B accordingly. All right, guys, what's up? Editing Cozy here. So how appropriate for Mr. Fantastic. I did all the heroes and I realized, I looked back and I was like, you know, dude, it's late here. I got my Boston fur candle on and I'm vibing out. Yeah, I left him out. I left out Mr. Fantastic, and that's horrible because he's actually doing a little bit better. You know, we've had him in F tier a couple times in a row. I've even had people come up to me in person. What the hell, Cozy? Stop putting a read in F tier. He's gonna move up. So in high elo, guys, I got him in C tier. I think he even could make a point to get to B tier eventually. I do think the way that his overhealth works and now getting the capability to be healed is definitely going to be a big bonus for him. It doesn't feel as bad in high elo. You know, there's quite literally 20 other options, but hey, he's moving up. Low elo, still going to be S tier and way more at that. Dude, this guy, if you are struggling at low elo and you got one tank or whatever, dedicate yourself to this guy. I'm telling you, people don't know how to kill him. He's unkillable. Unkillable Laffy Taffy down there, S tier and low elo. Okay, back to more happy and awake me. Now that takes us to the hand of Khonshu. Khonshu's blessed servant over here, Jake Mark Moon Knight. Moon Knight is the easiest lord you'll ever get. The easiest ult charge you're gonna ever get. Got a 5% buff and is absolutely crazy. He's gotten now back-to-back buffs and back-to-back patches. This guy's out of control. I've got him in S tier for high elo or for low elo, no question. Absolutely easy streak. The ult farms more, the damage is easy. They don't bother you as much, and that's really what you got to do is get in a Moon Knight's face. And it's like you can get 30k damage without even trying. You got to play more Moon Knight at low elo. If you're not, he's cracked broken at the moment, in my opinion. Very good. I think one of the best DPS, if I'm being honest, in low elo. High elo, man, I think he's A tier. You know, he used to be like low and high elo, but no, he's way up there now. He's doing much better, and you still have the answer. You know, Psylocke can still ruin his day, Daredevil. But he's got, he lost the cloak team up, which I'm telling you, I love the cloud of protection every now and then. That's gone. Doesn't really matter, though, because he is that much. He's just him, dude. He's still good. Doesn't matter, though. Still able to produce so much damage for your team. Good against triple Vanguard to get out the gate, and solid in most instances. The perfect definition of like a situational hero that got boosted up to very usable. Namor. Where do we put the King of the Sea? Obviously, the Hela team up is very solid. Kind of hard to get points at first, but when you get those points, very good at the defensive position and domination. Obviously, the Whale is solid. The Blessings of the Deep is always going to be clutch. His turrets are just easy street. I've got him in S tier for low elo because of that. I still think he offers so much usability at an easy level. Yeah, you got to hit the Tritons, but the turrets do plenty for you. I'm going to go A tier for low. Not quite S. You know, Hela's the one to ban out of that team up.
Yeah.
He's still a very solid hero that I think should be used a lot. We're going to see consistently in pro play as long as that team up exists. It's broken, but that does get banned out a lot of the time. Top of A tier for high. Oh, Penny Parker. Penny is such a tough hero to talk about all the time, right? Because we know where she's going in low elo, but where do we put her in high? That's always the question. Because she's very good at certain maps. Her new webs and the healing is fine. It's good, but the speed you can give like your Vanguards and other heroes, especially on something like Clintar, is awesome. People that have mastered Penny are like my worst effing nightmare. Low elo, it's easy S. Let's continue. That's an obvious. Look at not only the win rate, but just how she performs. If you're not playing Penny on defensive holds and dominations, what are you doing? High elo, I'm going to go B. I want to put her higher. Got to give her a bit more time. I think B is some improvement from what we saw in the past, right? So this is definitely a good start from Penny.
Definitely
Still has kind of her obvious weaknesses, though, on offense and just being like exposed to Bucky and even Moon Knight in a lot of ways. So she has her weaknesses, but damn, she can be annoying. Good anti-dive, though. A lot of things coming together for Penny's kit, who's gotten like 100 buffs now. We move on to Phoenix, and Phoenix has always been kind of a tough one to place because, you know, she was obviously God mode broken. What the hell are we doing to, okay, they clipped her fire wings completely, and now we've settled on this pretty good middle ground. Not Hela, but very close. At high elo, I've got her at top of A. I think that she is incredible to utilize for different team-up situations. Her ult is very solid, and just her damage is reliable and consistent and crazy. And then, you got some, got the team-ups going for her now, too. So I think she's solid for the hit scan position. Hela's still better, though. Low elo, the things that make her great, that people are going to be more clunched up together, so you have that going for you. But I'm going to have her just a notch below Hela, so B tier. And because like the things you want to utilize with her ult, you're not going to get that combo and that team synergy as much. She does counter Rocket, who's on the rise and doing great, so you've got that going too. Psylocke, oh my god, this hero's so busted. This Psylocke, man, I'm so glad that I just completely one-tricked this hero back in like season 2, and I've just been riding the coattails through all my ranks. She's so stupid. They got rid of her burst damage, whatever, and then her ultimate now is just Super Saiyan busted, man. The Yokai Slayer. S tier easy, I think, for top elo. Handles so many tanks, vanguards, backlines, you name it. The ult, there's just nothing you can really do about it. I love Psylocke, gotta be honest. For low elo, I'm gonna put her like where Daredevil is, in that like she's a flanker-ish hero. You should be playing her in the front lines too. You're not gonna get as much use, but man, that Q button, that ult button's even easier at the lower end of things. So Psylocke is just booming right now. Rocket Raccoon. Okay. So they gave him a lot of buffs, clearly. He's definitely was solid in the last patch. Got even better now. Where do I put him? Okay, so it's kind of the same as Penny. Cloak and Dagger and Rocket are just such a solid 1-2 in low elo. With how much thought you got to even put into them. I mean, it's easy street for the most part if you're playing those two in low elo. With the with the respawn beacon and keeping your distance and not dying. He could do it all. And high elo, man, the Star-Lord team-up's awesome. His damage has gotten a lot better. I think it's slept on a bit. And then his healing is so damn consistent. The respawn is going to win you a lot of fights you shouldn't win, and his survivability is top of the list. I'm going to put him very high in A tier. I think towards the top of A tier. Going to lean obviously towards Invis and Gambit and friends, but still a very good hero. Scarlet Witch, the pure chaos queen. Where do we put her? Hey, talk about the opposite ends of the spectrum. And I'm going to stand on this ground.
Like
Scarlet Witch, why you see so many times in comments and blah, blah, blah. She's broken. She's trash. She's amazing. She's dog water. It's because she is, kind of, in both. Low elo, queen, man. She's S tier. I think with the strange team up, you can just farm those kills. In high elo, it feels like you can't 1v1 anybody in the game. I'm being honest. So, you know, with the ult, you can do some cheeky stuff.
Wow,
that's always good.
Spread.
But quite literally, I think she's in that perfect spot. Kind of like Squirrel Girl. Is she next up? She's close. We'll talk about her in a moment. But it's just like that. We do need heroes that are good in low elo and bad in high. It's just going to happen naturally with the kit design, and that's how Scarlet is. Next up, we have Spider-Man. Peter Parker did get some buffs, and the problem with him is he's ultimately situational, and you know, you got to go all in. You're going to either get the web pull-offs and be quite literally the like, holy hell, what's going on here? Lord Spider-Man, oh my god, to great, we've got a Lord Spider-Man, and this guy's not going to get any value from the hero. We don't see him in pro play. He's just, there's other options to go with, and it saddens me. Maybe he can be bumped up to B in high elo, but because he's all in or all out, that's why I got him in C for both. So Squirrel Girl, guys, is exactly what I just said. It's F tier for high elo, and I'm going to go A tier for low. You know, you can spam the damage. You can get crazy consistency in that low elo that you don't get in high elo. In high elo, you used to be able to use her in triple Vanguard, to go against triple Vanguard to get out the gate and whatnot. But there's better options for that right now. And man, I tell you what, when I see a Squirrel on the other team, I'm like, oh, cool. Like, we're good to go. You do one side lock and a couple pop, you know, primary, secondaries. The Squirrels are dead. I can tell you that confidently. And again, I think that's okay. And that's where she's kind of going to fall ultimately in Rivals. Legendary Mr. Star-Lord, Peter Quill. Man, I love this guy. If you haven't picked him up, start playing him. Very good. The Rocket team up solid. Him with Gambit, because of how it procs on instance of damage, is so crazy, let me tell you. I'm going to go with S tier. And maybe this is controversial, but I think not only in pro play, top play, he's one of the more impactful heroes, but he's so slippery, very consistent damage, can handle a lot of things coming at him in different ways, and isn't worried about group walls and flankers and Daredevil even on you at times. I like Star-Lord and everything about him, and his ult's busted. And because of that, I got him in A tier for low elo. Yeah, you don't get as much use out of him, and he is a flanking hero, so you don't get that full factor in the high elo down there, but he still pops off, man. He's got the auto barrage and the auto aim in the ult. I got him in A tier. So Storm is one of those heroes that as like a caster and a host at the top level of play, I think it'd be an easy like, oh, this is a top end hero, no question. Nobody plays like pros do, so we can't even look at that. They boosted and buffed her, awesome, but they buffed her team viability. And there's one thing about a hero shooter, you don't got a lot of teamwork, all right? Especially in low elo. Storm, unfortunately, just requires a lot of communication, and she can be very good. And I think pro players would rank her high, but the rest of high elo, I got her in B tier to show some respect in high elo, and I've got her down in C tier for low. You're just not going to get that value out of her. The damage boost is nice, but yeah, Storm just feels weird. Jeff Nato, though, is underrated in my opinion. The Punisher. Okay, Frank Castle, crude on the rise. Good counter to that. He's solid with Gambit, but he does get his crap rocked, man, by a lot of the top DPS picks. He's just, he's kind of easy to counter in a lot of ways. Magneto's busted right now, obviously. So I'm going to go ultimately with B tier probably for low elo and A tier for high. He's a bit harder to counter at low elo and can kind of damage spam. He still has that going for him. He lost that damage, although it was made up a little bit in some areas. Ultimately, though, I think Frank Castle, this isn't exactly his perfect season. The Thing is a tough one because I really liked what they did with his kit and his design, and he's doing a lot more now, but he doesn't really answer any problems that other Vanguards can just do better. And I think maybe he will kind of age like maybe a fine wine, maybe milk. We'll have to see. But right now, I've got him in B tier for both. I feel like he's in a bit of an awkward situation in the Vanguard pool and is one of the worst Vanguards, honestly, at the moment. And that's unfortunate because I think he is okay, but it just doesn't really it doesn't work as well. I don't see a lot in high elo. Low elo, you kind of have to have that support and push with you, which you don't get often. So I'm going to have him in B tier for both. This could change. The God of Thunder, man. The God of Forgotten. I mean, they just straight up,
awesome.
They don't give a damn over there at NetEase about this guy. They try to at times, right? Here's a buff. Here's this. Here's that. We did it. And then they take a season off. It's just crazy that so many people got buffs and then Thor was left behind in high elo. I still think he's an absolute bully in low elo. I'm going to put him, I'm still going to keep him in S tier, and I think that's going to blow people's mind. This guy is very hard to deal with and not that hard to utilize. Because of the buffs he did get recently, you're able to just be an awakened bot at times, and that's not good news for low elo. Truly the bully down there, but in high elo, he's D tier. He's way too easy to counter. Unless he can start summoning his ult from afar, there's a lot they got to do with him. But yeah, unfortunately, Thor was left behind. Ultron, really the easiest thing is like, why play him when you could play other heroes? You know, he could be okay in triple strategist, but then in like low elo, if you have someone playing Ultron, odds are you're screwed. Let's be honest. I'm not a fan. Unfortunately, like Thor, you know, like everybody, you know, got the memo. Hey, we're getting buffed this season, and then somebody at the meeting was like, "Oh, damn, we forgot somebody." Now we got everybody here, and Ultron's just, you know, at the bottom of the water drowning. So, unfortunately, Ultron is going to be C tier for high elo. Still can make use of him in, like, high elo, triple strat, but not crazy. And then low elo, because of all that combined, plus you have to be good at, you know, a duelist role in some way and aim. I got him down in D. Venom. Talk about a hard hero to place, because I had him in S, because I still think he is that important to dive and that role that he plays. But ultimately, I'm going to settle at top of A tier for high elo. For low elo, we're going to put him down in B. He's very easy to play and still get the use out of him. Even though I'm not crazy about these engage, disengage pressure-wise for the symbiote there at low elo, because you don't get the help and you often die and feed. But in I think that he's right there, man, in high elo. The anti-heal is cleansable. He gets burst down very easy now by the likes of people like Psylocke. And so he's fallen off maybe a little bit, but still, I think the symbiote is a damn good hero. Or villain. Last two guys, we have Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes, I think people just, they always forget that he's like uncounterable. This is probably my biggest, like, I don't know, cook. Maybe it's not. I still think he's at the top of the elite for high elo. I think that if you look at how pros play him and how just good players play him in general, he answers dive perfectly. Yes, you can cleanse his Kraken now with Gambit. I don't really care. Just play around it. The claw, the hook, the anti-fly, the consistent damage, and the like me mentality, the I'm him, the snowball effect that he has. I still think Bucky's one of the best in the game in high elo. Low elo, let's go B tier. Probably, you know, that skill gap is going to go down a bit, but he still has major impact, and you're going to get more use out of him in a lot of scenarios. So yeah, overall, still not the worst pick down there, but not as good as a lot of other options. And then Wolverine, okay? So Wolverine is crazy because I thought he was fully back, and the more I've played, he's kind of back, right? Like, so I got him swapped with Iron Fist on either side. In low elo, I think Wolverine is probably going to be low into A tier. I think he does offer that damage boost is going to be pretty good, and all the ways to counter him isn't used as much, right? Invisible Woman being a good counter, Emma, Magneto, these things you just don't get as much in low elo, so he's probably better there. High elo, it kind of paid me to put him down here, but I have him top of B. Iron Fist is going to be better in most situations. I think that Wolverine can get great value, but a lot of times I see the Wolf on my team and I kind of sigh, man. Like, there's just other options I would rather have, especially with Iron Fist being that Vanguard player. The double bubble makes life hell for him. All the Vanguard buffs that came with his buff is what really kind of screwed him. So there you guys go. There's the timestamp. What's up, guys who skipped everything? I hate you. By the way, the least you could do is subscribe down below for the next one.
Oh, he did do Punisher. I didn't hear him say Punisher. Weird. So B tier and yeah, A tier there. Okay. I don't have many complaints about the list. It's fairly spot on.
Kindness to criminals is actually cruelty to victims, and we're never gonna see justice in these deep blue cities until the judges can be held liable for enabling these crimes. As in Chicago, Illinois, a man arrested 72 times, was seen filling up a bottle with gasoline. Then 20 minutes later, goes on to the Blue Line subway, randomly setting an innocent woman on fire, leaving her in critical condition.
He lit a woman on fire aboard a train. Meanwhile, there are growing
Mentally
questions about
unstable
why he
man.
was back out on the streets despite a rap sheet reportedly going back to the early 90s.
Family will not be providing any more updates. We've tracked down more than 4 dozen arrests of Lawrence Reed since 1993.
Yeesh.
9 of them were for felonies, yet he has served just over 2 years behind bars. The state's attorney requested pre-trial detention, but Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez denied him the request and put him on electronic monitoring. Judge Molina Gonzalez said, "I can't put everyone behind bars or keep everyone in jail just because the state's attorney has asked me to."
In other words, this liberal judge just said, I refuse to keep Cook County residents safe, as that would require locking up dangerous criminals with long histories of violent activity. But not only have these activist judges refused to protect the people, the mayor also seems desperate to protect the attacker.
What I can say is that as awful and as horrific as this tragedy is, this is as an isolated incident. As we continue to invest more in our public transportation system,
It's kind of hard to call this an isolated incident when the arsonist has been arrested over 70 times. Not to mention, this isn't even the first time he set fire on the Blue Line, where CWB Chicago captured when he set fire to the Thompson building just above the subway station. But Mayor Johnson will conveniently ignore this.
How will you specifically be changing safety measures on the CTA for riders who are...
and so there are appropriations that have been dedicated specifically around safety,
The mayor.
even more specifically
Chicago.
around homelessness, as well as mental health services. Right, so now we have a governing structure that
Definitely
will
not a
allow
fan
for
of
all
him.
voices.
I think he's
to
absolutely
come together
corrupt.
to think strategically about where those investments should rest.
So an innocent woman was just burned alive on the Blue Line, and his best solution is, we're going to get together and think about how to spend more of your money, as just one side of this spending is homelessness, which Mayor Johnson just upped to $195 million from last year's $161 million. They haven't even charged this arsonist, and he's already calculating how much extra cash he can squeeze from taxes. As you can't convince me this horrific crime wasn't part of their plan, where the more you know about the suspect and the system that enabled it, the worse this gets. Where CWB Chicago reports, he shouted, "Burn alive, B," after setting the girl ablaze, which is after he set the Thompson Center on fire in 2020 over not receiving his Social Security check, to which he pled guilty, but only received 2 years of mental health probation, despite already being on probation for battery twice. But the court called this arson satisfactory. Then just 3 months ago, he allegedly knocked out a social worker at a psychiatric facility, but the judge rejected his detention request, only placing him on electronic monitoring, saying he can't go back to that mental health hospital unless it's an emergency. So that social worker must feel so safe to know their attacker legally can't come back unless he's having a mental breakdown. But electronic monitoring does nothing, as when he set that girl on fire, he wasn't even supposed to be outside. It's almost like dangerous individuals need to be sent to a special place to be separated from society by force. If only we had a system where someone could pass judgment on who belongs behind bars. But unfortunately, in Chicago, their judges seem more concerned with coddling criminals than keeping their citizens safe. As this case is eerily similar to what occurred in Charlotte, where another innocent woman lost her life because liberal judges refused to lock up a dangerous individual. But even Chicago's governor refuses to acknowledge this.
Would you ask your friends to ride the L after midnight, or after, 9 o'clock at night even, to come down to the city from O'Hare?
Look, big cities have crime. There's no doubt about it. But let's just pay attention to what President Trump is doing.
Which mirrors the mayor's main concern.
The drama is the fact that we have people who are starving in our city who don't even feel safe going to get groceries because they're afraid of what Donald Trump is doing.
As this obsession with ICE enforcement ties up police resources that could be out there protecting Chicago citizens. And keep in mind, This is the same mayor that complained about Biden's newcomers overwhelming his city's resources, but instead of accepting any solutions, he's using this as a distraction from how completely lawless his city has become. But does the mainstream media call him out over this? No, the reporting over the attack is horrendous, with the local CBS affiliate writing the driest description of a terror attack, also reporting on if the suspect should remain in custody after burning their mass transit system. The fact that he loudly admitted it as he was being arrested apparently wasn't enough to keep him in custody, but you can't really expect much from Chicago. But then they reported how the mayor blamed the lack of mental health clinics, crying the state needs to give him his $1.5 billion faster. You genuinely have to be an evil individual to see this heinous crime and immediately go into, how can I use this to get my hands on more of your money? As this probably wasn't the first thing he said publicly, but the corporate media is so desperate to place the blame away from the mayor, they tried to shame the taxpayer, but absolutely nobody is buying it. But what's worse is when the UK's Guardian covered it, bringing up the similarity of the 57-year-old woman that was also set on fire in a subway in New York City, with CNN's reporting on the terror charges. But when they referenced the parallels on the murder of Irina Zarutska, they immediately went into defense, saying Trump is criticizing the crimes in Democrat-run cities, but there's actually a drop in violent crime. And anybody that's actually tried to report a crime in a Democrat-run city knows that they just make it as difficult as possible, so they can just juke the stats and pretend crime is down, as it's easy to ignore simple assaults and robberies until the lawlessness becomes so apparent people are being burned alive on your so-called safest subways ever. But how exactly does it get this bad? Just look at last year's situation in New York City, where the TikTok algorithm accidentally connected all these women complaining about being randomly attacked in the streets, only for them to later find out some of them were being attacked by the same guy who actually recorded himself attacking them, but then others were being attacked by a guy that just looked like that other dude. But all of them said it was near impossible to get the police to do anything about it. But when that same demographic saw this guy running for mayor,
So violence is an artificial construction. So we have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence of the highest degree.
promising to empty out their jails.
Yeah.
We know that we can reduce that
Can't
jail
do that.
population to less than 4,000.
Those same
Nope.
idiots actually elected him because he promised them free things. It's no secret that the streets
There's
of
a
New York
reason most of
City
those
have
people
become
are in jail,
increasingly more dangerous.
even with all
But
this
for
liberal
some
government.
reason, they can't connect how soft on crime policies create more crime. But the primary victims of these policies aren't the blue-collar conservatives coming home from their construction jobs. It's going to be them. So if you appreciate my concise, sometimes light-order commentary on the tragic
Always,
status that
boy, always enjoyed decoys. Little rants. Gamer 2, watch a video. Gamer 2, watch a video. That's the goal tonight. tomorrow I'm not gonna stream, and I'm just gonna dedicate the day to trying to work on this. That's what I'm gonna try to do tomorrow. Itching to get a project going with that. I have one in process. It's not going too well. The glass isn't breaking where I want it to break for stained glass. I mean, I can always stream it, but it's just difficult to stream for me for some reason. How you doing, Bubba? He's selecting a world. Okay. That's the Marvel universe. You hit your foot. Are you okay? You going to bed? Or Hulk and Strange.
Tiger.
Careful.
Oh.
Don't take it too far.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The bag.
Be wary. No timeline exists
Yeah, why?
where Magneto yields.
Hi. Oh, okay. Okay. What's matter, baby? Hit her nose or something? Hit her nose or something? Okay, baby? I love you. But... Oh.
But the future belongs to mutant
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Love ya. Okay.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know who you are?
No, but you should know magnetism doesn't work on
Love ya.
materials. Guess what I can do?
Be impertinent, it seems.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I got you. You are safe with us,
It seems we have company.
My best friend. Took him out. They ran away. Guys, come on.
Mutants always rise again. Much better. Sort of turret, how crude. You shall not be wrong. I am his full potential. Judge, jury, executioner!
Should have shot it at him.
Judge, jury, executioner! Shall not be removed so easily.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Full potential. Much better. Exactly what I hoped to find.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You guys need to heal. Come on. Who's in the back line?
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift. Stay close. I will guide you through the steel jungle. You cannot hurt me.
Get that vehicle moving. Disappear. Only 60 seconds
Much better. Kinetic blade. He's coming from behind. Clever. Give it never more. You need not fear. Judge, jury, executioner.
That is such a long hold. Holy cow.
Is a mutant's greatest gift.
Tandy needs help. Get that vehicle moving again. Well, you can't expect to do them all.
That was bad for me. I think I was 7,000 damage. Yeah, they were absolutely locked in. Holy cow. You got steamrolled. Alright, we have 4 ranked matches to do, so let's try to get those done. Strange player. Oh, we are banning.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Better. Penny next, but they're gonna ban Penny. Again. Take away the new character. We didn't get any of our bans that we wanted. Great.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No, Lord Spider-Man. What is this? This might be a GG next game, but we'll see.
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So, just how strong are those powers of yours, Big M? I can call you that, right?
Far beyond your feeble comprehension, boy.
Great! Great! That's great. Hey, any chance you can find my ship's ion converter? It's got to be somewhere beneath all this
It was Loki, wasn't he?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Coins on the beach.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Looks like you're my new guardians, huh? Guess you'll a little help, please.
I feel like myself again.
Boy, there is so much space.
Always rise again.
Spider-Man. What?
This is real firepower!
I'm having trouble hitting anything.
Us against the world!
Yay.
My power cannot be quelled. You are under my protection.
You get away! You get away, but you get away!
Executioner! Magneto!
Don't have any healers, do I?
Is a mutant.
Only 60 seconds left. I suck.
This is real firepower!
I'm just putting myself in bad spots or what? Hero.
There is only one sorcerer. Pentagram of horror.
Us against the world.
This is legit next.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Open your.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him.
Be wary. I am Groot.
We had one healer that whole time. Surrender. No wonder. No wonder I felt like I was dying so much. We had one healer.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Every time I see you, I think to myself, as long as Spider-Man is around, everything will be all right.
Whoa, that's a lot of pressure.
I don't mean it that way. You just mean a lot to a lot of people.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Against the world.
GG.
Final score 0,
Huh.
1.
That was a bad game. We're avoiding all those guys. Jeesh. freaking going? So void. Yeah. Sheesh. Rough. Rough. No solo killing in this game either, unfortunately. But, I mean, unlocks of 5 hours. Cool costumes to get. Other than the storm. I like the Groot one. We're almost there. $600 to get all that. All right.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists.
Not sure that I like the pink band being down this low. I preferred it at diamond.
Now,
I don't get him.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
Keep penny, that's here. Hello, I guess. Okay.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
My turn. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You stay away from me.
Sure.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Let's end this quick. Better places to be. I feel like myself again.
A disappear.
Your attacks are futile. You shall not be harmed. I never believed I would see this day. You are under my protection. I feel like myself again.
It's party time!
You are under my protection.
Pure chaos!
Oh, we got to set up a web in there. Darn it.
This is gonna hurt.
Is a mutant's greatest gift.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
You are under my protection. Do not expect me to do that again.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Your savage side is showing. Rebirth is a mutant.
There we go.
They've made it halfway! Stop them!
I feel like myself again.
Disappear! Shields up! It's party time! There's no chance to stop them!
Much better. Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
Touch it.
Now, Hulk mad! You shall not be harmed. All shielded up. Stand down! By the eye of Agamotto!
This is real fire! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Like myself again.
Hurricane incoming!
Need heal. I needed to heal. Like, come on.
Mutants always rise again.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah. On my word, retreat immediately. There's gonna be a fight. You shall not.
It's fighting time!
A little help, please. A little extra oomph. I am shielded.
Berserker!
Oh, you went crazy.
I am Groot. My
Don't give them another inch. Disappear!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
It's sick, man. This ain't good.
By the eye of our...
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Wolverine, yeah, okay. Taking out the tanks, but doing nothing for their freaking. Yeah.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is I've done unspeakable things. I hope it's not too late to set them right.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Wind. Mutants must protect mutants, but also all of humanity.
Man wanna be broken?
Can't break an adamantium skeleton, bub.
Don't need to. Hulk can rip it apart piece by piece.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I have seen many futures, but most of them
Feel the
are...
thunder.
Unleash mighty havoc.
Yeah, healers don't look up when I play that. Couldn't even see her.
The wind will only feel the thunder.
Surely he'll be back. I'm extra.
Happy to help.
I will unleash mighty havoc.
Anyone willing to help? Let's do some damage.
Just
Sometimes I wish I could go back into the deep freeze for a few more decades. That's what I needed. You made my list. Now you're on.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
There's gonna be a fight.
It's party time!
Stick around.
Much better.
Stick around. Armed and dangerous.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Hey. It's okay.
I unleash the Vishanti
My mission's isn't over yet. Much better.
Perfect place for that.
Too much spiders?
I unleash the Vishanti power. Lead them to Khonshu. Enjoy the amplifier.
How did I die? I.
Personal crimes. Check out these nasty shoes. Lines in place.
My mission isn't over yet.
It's party time!
Ooh, no.
Get in there.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Leave them to Khonshu. Not so fast. Playtime's over.
Good thing I was here.
Surely he'll be back.
That's what I needed.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Armed and dangerous.
60 seconds left. That's 3.
Again.
I missed.
Ping the bad guy.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Much better.
Come back here.
Ah, I jumped out into it. Darn it.
My mission isn't over yet.
So close! This is your big chance! Only 60 seconds left.
Bring on the chaos. Almost there.
Hey team, enjoy the amplifier! By the eye of Agamotto!
The current score is 3-2-3. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Yeah. Not the best. Damn it.
Round 3.
The battlefield may change, but the war never ends. I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best.
I am the Phoenix.
My
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Since I was just a child.
I could get
The Phoenix. From what I understand, you knew my father quite well.
True. Odin cared for me. But not as deeply as he would come to care for his sons.
Yes, my father's love knew no bounds.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Khonshu has his eye on you.
What are they like? These other worlds where I do not exist.
Our enemies are near. Look, I'm afraid of your damage.
Thanks for the boost.
Loki, no!
I will always lend back.
Unfortunately, strength.
Double KO.
Come back from way worse.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, I'm fine.
This is real firepower! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
What, Bubby?
The current
Okay.
score is 3-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the Phoenix. Behold
Hmm?
my
Thank
cosmic
you for the follow, love. I see he made an account. Should be able to hold draw, maybe.
Round 4.
It's nice to take a break from cosmic judgment every now and then.
You're up, little ones.
An aura of protection.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready. Extra strength
So you're the almighty Phoenix, huh? Things I expect.
Oh, right. Good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm used to fighting in the streets, across all space and time. There, ahead, I found
Only 60 seconds left.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Not done.
An aura of protection. Turning up the heat.
30 seconds.
Just a little longer.
Fire mode. Cosmic flame. Final 10 seconds.
Are you gonna be able to come back? GG's.
Final score 3, 2, 4.
Oh well, I wanted to overtime. Yay, 19,000. Yeah, there. I'm in gold too. We are going to take a little eye break. Yeah, what a match yet today. Holy cow. How are you doing, buddy? Getting tired? Yeah. You had a long day, though. We're going to watch a video of our fielders. First, not good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I was out of position. I don't really play DPS that much either. I need to start hitting more shots. I did hit a bunch of shots. It was like nothing was dying. Nobody was focusing the penny. We all just burst her down like it would have been fine, but then we switched target priority and she went around us. What did I get? Encoder warning? Open the window. Let's see how my YouTube shorts are going. 21, one comment. I got a comment. Let's see. Community, you see comments at? We make another short real quick? Maybe we should. What should we make it of? I don't think I had anything good in that last game. Let's see what we watch. Maybe we'll get something good here. Cool. Got some comments. Unfortunately, I hate the shorts are the way to go to get viewerships, likes, follows, but it is what it is. I mean, the first time I did shorts really was here, this area, and just like incrementally increased, and then I had stopped making them for a while, or at least made some personal ones about the babies of Anna being delivered. Any new news? Korean slams Crimea hard. U.S. shuts down Venezuelan airspace. Okay, airspace is getting shut down. That means Donnie folds. Tommy Robinson destroys Muslims mocking Jesus. Then this happens. Yeah, he was terrified. Yeah, you could tell Mamdani was very uncomfortable in his meeting with Trump. I mean, yeah, let's see what the live stream's about. These the enforcer guys, see what they're wanting about.
And I've got to be honest with you all, it does not leave me with a good opinion of the current administration.
Yeah, whatever.
Additional news that India crashed one of their own fighter jets at a Dubai air show today. Once again, reiterating the concept that they just don't know how in the world to run an air force or fly a plane in India. And also we saw that the Israelis are now conducting large-scale military operations within the moment. There's not been a single moment that has happened. In the Paris Accords of 1972, we negotiated with the North Vietnamese to leave Vietnam. That's the only time that we've ever come in modern history the closest to pretty much just giving up to our enemies. And the only other time that we've done that throughout American history would be the Treaty of Ghent in 1815, where we ended the War of 1812, where we ended it with a white peace and a ceasefire with the British, to where we gained nothing from them and they gained nothing from us, and the war ended, and that was that. Those are the only two times in American history that we have ever even come close to handing over anything to our adversaries and enemies. Only two times, 250
not our war in
years.
Ukraine.
And now today, even without us having to do this, without us being forced, due to the British marching over our lands like they did in the War of 1812, or the war in Vietnam going on endlessly without an end in sight, this is the first time that we've ever seen that we are not in a position like that, to where we have to make some sort of a concession, to where we have to give, and we're giving up, and we're not even involved in the fight directly. We're not even there. No, there are no U.S. soldiers in Ukraine. And we're going to force the Ukrainians, which are fighting on their own men, give their lives and spill blood on their very lands, on their very own soil, to defend every last inch of ground that they have for their own nation. And we are going to tell those people that aren't even Americans, with Americans not even involved directly in the fight, that they have to give up. I've never seen anything like that in my life. This is quite equivalent to Neville Chamberlain in the 1938 Munich Conference, which went down in infamy as the worst foreign policy maneuver that has ever been conducted throughout the history of world policies and diplomacy. So with that in mind, it does appear that a lot of people at the moment are actually talking about the possible liquidation of European assets that the European Union could conduct to further finance and support the ongoing war in Ukraine if the United States is lost as an ally and strategic partner of the state of Ukraine. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So the EU is already preparing for the U.S. to pull support because they have to get
Yep.
prepared for that possibility, just like
Other
last time
war.
that the U.S. was threatening to do this. Because if it actually happens, someone has to actually be holding the bag. So the
Yep.
EU is trying to make sure that Ukraine does not have a funding gap. And the question in the poll says, will Ukraine's survival hinge on the EU liquidating frozen Russian assets if the USA ends support? And it looks like 47% said no, the EU could support Ukraine anyway, while 34% said yes. Basically, Ukraine's survival hinges on the EU liquidating the frozen Russian assets, and 10% said it would be a close call. So right now, the only thing that I'm aware of that's holding up the liquidation of Russian assets that's being held by Europe right now is Belgium. It appears that Belgium is generally hesitant to approve a loan backed by the frozen Russian assets because they want stronger legal and financial guarantees to protect themselves from Russian retaliation. So that is the country appearing to hold it up. That is a $200 billion lifeline, by the way, that would basically give Ukraine infinite funding for at least the next few years to be able to keep the fight up against Russia. So I would say personally, I don't think Ukraine's survival hinges on it necessarily, but it would strongly put Ukraine in a good position if they were able to liquidate and sell those frozen Russian assets. That would basically
Russia's
give
just gonna keep
Ukraine
throwing
the funding
bodies
they
at it.
need to basically win the war, in my personal opinion. I think the war will wrap up in the next 2 or 3 years because the Russians, even with external help, they can't last that long because their economy still is on life support and it simply can't hold out for 2 or 3 more years. So I would say it would be a close call with the 10%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the European Union could support the state of Ukraine. It would be a significant financial expenditure for them to continue to support Ukraine
Don't
into
spend
the
their
future.
money on
But they
anything
do have the
else but
domestic
healthcare for the
manufacturing
people.
capabilities to be able to
Take
conduct
advantage
such
of our
an
military.
action. And even without the liquidation of Russian assets,
Yeah, you have to
that
wait 10
the
minutes
collective GDP of the European
as a
Union is
follower,
around
just
$22
because there's so many
trillion,
bots that show up
making
in
the
that chat.
collective of the European Union the second largest economy by gross domestic product on the planet. And for that reason, they could financially support and float the Ukrainians even without the United States being involved at all. But that still will take a massive amount of effort and willpower by the Europeans to scrounge the
They don't
money
have the
together
heart
from
for
the
it.
multiple dozens of countries
Europe has
that
no
make
heart
up the
for war.
European Union to be able to continue to
They
finance
can't even
the
keep their own
ongoing
land under
conflict.
control.
So with that in mind, I hope that does address that well. And with that, folks, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the... Oh, go ahead.
You know something real quick? I just want to say this because I'm trying to ride the line here like you're trying to do of not going too deep into our opinions here. But I do want to say this because I feel compelled to say it. One thing that y'all might notice is missing here that I'm starting to really see very strongly. Do you notice the lack of empathy from the United States leadership right now? Like I find that extremely disgusting, and I want to say that personally because a lot of people feel like this, and not many people are saying it just outright. The U.S. leadership is acting like a sociopath. Like that's the honest to God truth. Ukraine deserves at least sympathy because they're fighting against a dictatorship and they're fighting against someone who commits war crimes on a regular basis. So at the minimum, Ukraine should at least get some empathy. And you have the U.S. president making statements like Ukraine doesn't hold the cards. He's chuckling about Ukraine giving up land and generally treating the situation like it's just a soccer game or a football game or something. There's people's lives that are being lost in Ukraine daily, including civilian lives, because they're fighting for their land and fighting to protect their families. And it seems like the U.S. leadership could at least, at the minimum, give them the respect that they're owed and at least do as human beings instead of treating it like it's a joke. That's something to me which is really irritating me, like very much. And it seems like it's getting more extreme. It's getting more cynical and more extreme daily. And that the U.S. leadership would be very wise to cut that out because it gives the U.S. a terrible look as a state as a whole. So it's just disgusting, like it really is.
I'd have to say it is horrendously disgusting, folks. I haven't seen anything like this before. I would hope that we never see anything like this again. But you know, there's about 3 more years of this possibly happening, just to be upfront. So it might happen again. I would hope that it doesn't, and I would hope that we back off of this right now. But this is the worst peace deal that I've ever seen presented to anyone outside of the Munich Conference of 1938. And that wasn't even a peace deal that was presented to the Czechs. The Czechs were just told that they have to accept it, and that was that. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, before we move on, I do have to say this. I'll just be completely upfront. I've had to say this a couple of times. I'm going to make this one quite brief. Here on this channel, our analysis is unbiased. If something is absolutely stupid to the point that it's idiotic like this, we're not going to stray away from calling that out for what it is. If you are too political to be able to accept that at face value, that this is a stupid peace deal, then I could care less if you're here or not. I would actually encourage you to leave, because having that kind of stupidity and idiocy around on the channel only brings down the Leaf Spring Army. I do not mean to say that in the most upfront terms possible, but at the same time, I'm not going to have people in here who are so blind and poorly mentally willed that one day they're all for supporting Ukraine because Putin sat there and pimped us out in Anchorage, and then the next day after that you can sit there and say that this peace deal that's unconditional surrender is a genius idea and only an idiot would disagree with it. I wouldn't even encourage people to be around who are that weak-willed to be able to just flip their opinions on a 180 like that from a day-to-day basis. That doesn't matter whether you're supporting the current guy or the last guy. That's how we do it here. And I'm not going to continue. I'm not even going to pretend like this is something that we're even going to consider. This is an absolutely stupid peace deal. If you disagree with that, I would encourage you to leave, and you don't have to announce your departure. But moving on from that, because if you announce your departure, you'll just get banned. At least if you leave without announcing your departure, at least you might be able to return someday when you actually realize that you missed the nightly news. So moving on from that, we are going to be getting on into the rest of the major news that we have over the course of the day, which we still have quite a large and significant amount of news to cover. Mostly, all of it doesn't have to do with the peace plan, because we've largely covered everything to do with the peace plan at this point. Still, the state of Ukraine is not the only major piece of news for the day, as we have been able to see that the United States of America has conducted its endless hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow. And Captain Crack Sparrow appears to kind of be vibing a little bit. We saw today down in Caracas that he held another major public speaking event, and it turned into this. I'm going to only play 2 seconds of the audio, and then I have to mute it, but I got to give you all an idea of what was actually going on down there. So that this is what's going on in Venezuela. Now,
what's going on with him? Like, what's wrong with Maduro?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Yeah, like, I mean, this is insane. I mean, like, there is still like a ton of assets off his coast, so the threat of being invaded is still not over. So I don't understand this whole thing. Is he going mad? Is he losing his mind because he's so worried about getting ousted? He's just like in denial at this point, or what?
I don't know. I think the guy's actually like mentally cracked. Like he's insane at this point. I think the whole deal of the U.S. Navy pretty much being off of the coast, the whole U.S. Navy, I think this has made him mentally break. Because I mean, who in the world does that? He held a national address today, and this was what he did at it.
That's crazy. I just don't. I think he's like in denial. I think he's trying to distract himself because he's so freaked out and worried, because I don't think he really has anywhere to go except for Russia. And it's not perfectly clear if Russia's going to take him in if he has to flee, because of course there is a $50 million bounty on his head. So maybe I think he's just in denial.
Yeah, I think he's in
I
denial.
get it. Like, I don't think the deal is that great that is on the table from Russia. But again, you're working with Russia. You're not going to get anything good.
Venezuela at this point.
Yeah,
because
they always share their opinions and whine about these deals. As long if it doesn't wholly benefit Ukraine, they're all against it.
Of the nation of Venezuela.
These guys, they don't want the war to end in Ukraine because it's their paycheck.
Information that we
they get
actually, I believe it's this last marker here showing the
10,000 people watching, covering this news.
So quite literally,
a day.
All of Venezuela and its territorial waters as well.
They're making so much money off these wars.
And this was issued just a little bit earlier today at around noon. So it does appear that the United States has completely closed Venezuela's airspace officially with its NOTAM, and any flights within this area could be at risk of getting injured or destroyed.
I think they do a good job providing information, but
in the near future.
Man, sometimes they get real whiny.
At this point that the United States is going to be conducting some sort of military action against Venezuela. Otherwise, we wouldn't declare a NOTAM over the entirety of their airspace. But we do not know when strikes are going to be happening.
Not for you
I do
to
have to
know.
remind everyone that we have a huge buildup of U.S. forces within the area at the moment. Just referencing Ian Ellis's work yesterday, this is the amount of U.S. forces that we have at sea right now within the Eastern Caribbean.
A bunch in the air too.
Command. This is 20% of the entire U.S. Navy that is underway at sea at the moment. So this is quite a large deployment of U.S. forces. So for that reason, we do know that a strike is highly likely just because of the buildup of forces, and now with the NOTAM being issued, it seems as though we are getting incredibly close to some sort of strikes being conducted against Venezuela here in the very near future. And a lot of people have been talking about this NOTAM that was issued today and what they're thinking this is going to result in. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so the U.S. had us lurking around Enforcer HQs, 3, 4, whatever you want to call them. We were lurking around today because after the NOTAM was issued, that was pretty much our cue to get ready for something to happen. So far, obviously, nothing has happened, but the NOTAM is very, very interesting because, of course, that is telling all the commercial airliners to steer clear of the airspace because of imminent danger.
Yeah, because
so that usually indicates that
they were
strikes are going to
running
occur, and right now the NOTAM is still in
operations over
effect.
top of
So what are your
Venezuela.
thoughts? 42% said the U.S. will attack in under 72 hours, while 30% said the U.S. will not attack anytime soon, and 15% said it's simply too early to tell. And the NOTAM, we have to remember, first of all, today was the last day of military exercises by the U.S. military off the coast of Trinidad and Tobago. Today was the last day, according to my knowledge. So that could be why they issued the NOTAM as maybe a practice run. But at the same time, though, it seems a little bit interesting to issue it. I'm not sure for how long the NOTAM is going to last. And unfortunately, do we have that information, by the way? I don't recall seeing that in the notice.
Let me check here really quickly. Let's see here. That's for the airlines. Let me see if I can go here and read this little information here. Let's see here. Venezuelan military. Let's see.
It might be for an indefinite period of time if there's no specified time frame on it.
It actually does appear because they say they'll continue to monitor the risk environment for civil aviation operating in the region and make adjustments as appropriate. So that means that for now, this is indefinite.
Okay, so in that case, then I would say it is somewhat likely. I don't want to say with a certainty because we said before that we thought we knew when it was going to be. We turned out to be wrong. So to predict something right now is a little bit interesting. We do know, though, that apparently, according to reports, the U.S. administration is still in contact with Maduro's regime, and allegedly they are hearing out Maduro on other issues that were not being told about in the public. So the dialogue is still open, which makes me a little bit skeptical that strikes are going to happen in less than 72 hours, but you never can tell. Sometimes the U.S. acts out of impulse instead of actual planning, at least from what I've seen. So I'm with the 14%. I think it's too early to tell.
Impulse, but
what say you?
You're only saying that because you don't have information behind
It's
the
a
scenes.
little early to tell. I would go with the 14%. Because
I can tell you most
again,
things are probably not on
I have absolutely
but
no
you think
clue,
it's impulse because you never know what's going to happen.
So, like,
and that's good.
We build
You're not
everything
supposed to
down
know.
there. We're spending about $1 billion a week to keep everything
Now
down there
here
right
they
now.
complain.
And that would make you think that we have some urgency to start operations against them because of the significant cost of having everyone sit around. But at the same time, we could also just be doing this for leverage and then completely back out once we achieve.
Spending money on Venezuela is horrible to them, but giving billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine is a-okay. It's needed. It's a must. It's must have.
They could
These guys
be
are
happening tonight. It's about 10 p.m. Eastern time right now inside of the Republic of Venezuela. And so for that reason, it is nighttime there now, and U.S. strikes usually will happen during the nighttime or at least start during the night. Historically, that's when everyone conducts their strikes is
That'll
in the
be the
midst
week
of the night to
because
start
we don't want
conflict,
the
and also
stock market to be
open.
open.
Usually those strikes are conducted at night. So it could happen tonight or the next night or the next night after that. Highly likely, unlikely to happen through the weekdays.
These guys have just gotten more and more annoying as the Ukraine war has gone on. They do give good information. It's just they have that their whiny moments in between.
The Habsburg monarchy is one of the greatest dynasties the world has ever known, ruling over much of Europe for around 400 years. Unfortunately, due to generations of inbreeding, some of the rulers that they produced weren't exactly up to the job. Like the Austrian Emperor Ferdinand I, whose only real claim to fame was his love of dumplings. Like these Marillenknödel, or apricot dumplings from 19th century Austria. So thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video as we demand the dumplings of an emperor. This time on Tasting History. Ferdinand I is an interesting fellow because while he ruled over Austria for 13 years, not an insignificant amount of time, there's not a lot known about him, especially during that period, because he didn't do much of the ruling. See, largely due to the genetic closeness of his parents and their parents, they were actually double first cousins, which means they shared grandparents on both sides. Very, very close. Largely due to that fact, Ferdinand suffered from a number of physical ailments, everything from hydrocephalus to severe epilepsy to a horrible speech impediment. This, along with supposed impaired cognitive abilities, made it so he didn't have a lot to say in the governing of the empire. In fact, one of the only things he is known to have said, probably, is Kaiser bin ich und Knödel müsse ich haben. Emperor am I, and dumplings I must have. There are different variations on that quote. They were all written around the late 19th century, but they all amount to he was emperor and he wants his dumplings. Unfortunately, they never say what kind of dumplings, so I looked at a cookbook that was written just a few years after he left the throne. It's an Austrian cookbook called Süddeutsche Küche by Katharina Prato. And there are a number of dumpling options, including one that is made with apricots or plums. And for those, she gives options to make the dough out of just butter and flour. One is a strudel dough, another uses potato, and then one uses quark, which is a type of cheese. And that's the one I will be making today. Now, it's kind of confusing because each recipe references the other recipes, so
wore those kids out. I told them not. Yeah, I can only handle so much of that whininess. Mm. Barely tolerate. Yeah, usually they're not too whiny, but they've, like, this whole week, they've been whiny about everything Trump has done. Even though, like, a lot of it's dealing with negotiations and trying to get a resolution for the Ukraine war and Venezuela. Yeah, he's massing troops over there and either trying to get Maduro to surrender himself without a fight, and they can go in and clean up the cartels, or like they're just going to go in and clean up the cartels. But now they're complaining, like, well, if he just gets there's no war, then like it's a waste of money to have all that stuff stationed over there. And I'm like, yeah, isn't it a waste of money that we're sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine then? We're not doing anything. That's not. Yeah, it keeps no. Yeah, they just want more because it's what they cover. Yeah, that's their whole shtick. They're in a way warmongers. Mm-hmm. Just like talking about it, saying they're apolitical, but they're really not. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like whatever. See ya. They're so like two-sided, like two-faced in a way, complaining about Trump building forces over in Venezuela, but then not wanting to pull funding and information gathering from Ukraine. It's like, it's not our war. We've been helping for how many years now? And trying to get to a settlement for how many years now? Not that Russia's been in good faith in any way, but like, neither has Ukraine. They don't want to give up their land, then fine. There's no peace deal. But you're not getting any more help from us. We're not going to be like administering any of these peace talks anymore, or like we're not wasting our time over there anymore and our resources on top of it all. No. Let the Europeans, though, they're so worried about it, which they should be. It's impacting the Europeans directly. Let them fund it. Let them provide weapons. Let them spare the cost instead of the United States. No, the only business we would have had there is if we got the land deal, the grant of the resources, some other rare metals. But even that's like falling through, and it's probably better to just negotiate with Russia on that end instead of Ukraine. They're not going to come to a solution anyway. And Russia's just going to keep throwing bodies at the front line, but like they're all like complaining about people dying, and then like at the end of the show they go down the whole Ukrainian front line, and all it is drone footage of Russians being killed by the drones exploding on them, like while they're sleeping under trees or while they're like driving down the roads or whatnot. Like they're all cheery for those deaths, but like, you know, and most of those Russians don't even want to be on the front line. I was hoping there'd be more of a revolution in Russia now, especially with how bad their economy has become. Mm-hmm.
So I kind of have to mash them down, but essentially what it says is apricot and plum dumplings with quark dough. You mix 4 deciliters flour and 20 decagrams quark and 3 yolks to make a soft dough.
Where's he at?
Roll out fairly thick,
upstairs?
cut into large pieces
Upstairs.
enough to wrap a plum.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you don't really need to be in the loop about with that crap. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Sure, attacks on Iran are going to start happening again. Honestly, it should happen sooner than later because they have to move their entire state capital because they ran out of water in Tehran in Iran. Yep, they drained the underground wells dry in that area, so they have to relocate everybody, millions of people. But they're only worried about the government relocating. People are going to fend for themselves. Yep. I feel bad for the people, not for the government. The government's what's bad. The people aren't necessarily. That government stole power. They pushed themselves in place. And it's not even a government, it's a religious cult that's leading. Because most Iranians weren't even Muslim until 1800s, probably. Mm-hmm. And even then, it wasn't a majority. It slowly became a majority over time and then took control. Uh-huh. Yep. Outbreed. Mm-hmm. Outbreed, get into power, and then oust every law that protects anybody that's not Muslim. So, yeah, there's some nice Muslim people, but in a group, they're not nice people. Like, as a whole, because of what their book commands them to do, which is they're owed the world, so they have to take it. And the way to take that is through their holy war, the jihad, and anybody that's not Muslim is either slave material or killed. It takes you back in time. It's such a detrimental, really, it's political ideology that destroys like future building, and makes you stay back in the past, and it just brings everything to a third world again. Like Iran in the 70s and 60s was developed, it was modern, it was like embracing Western ideologies, and like women weren't wearing burqas and stuff like that. Like they had free thinkers. Because Persia wasn't Muslim originally. It became, like I said, over time. And then forced upon them as they gained more power. Convert or die, basically. Get one good speaker, and then they took over a city already. Dearborn, Michigan. All Muslim. Hmm? Yeah, a lot of idiot women. But there's old. Those ones get killed until they stop being bold. A woman's worth half a man's opinion in that religion. Like, if you're coming with like evidence for anything, yeah, you need 2 women to 1 man to like contest his actions. And even then, it's usually thrown out and are ruled in favor of. Very anti-woman culture. Well, the left is siding with Islam, and it's like that's where all your feminists, crazy women ideology is. It's like, and you're LGBTQ, and it's like, you guys are gonna be, yeah, you guys are gonna be the first killed if they get into power. Like, you understand that, right? In Islam's eyes, you're just a tool. They're using them to step over and get into power. Still lie and say, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that. So that's a part of the religion too, is to lie, to either recruit people into the religion and then continue to lie to them to keep them there, or lie to get into power. Maybe the first like couple pages of the book do, but then you get into the more like the later, when he started doing, Muhammad was more conquering and killing and all that. Like, at the beginning, yeah, sure, it was all sweet and sounding, and then it became more and more aggressive as the Quran progresses. No. He wanted to throw himself off a ledge. Like, he wanted to kill himself after that. Like, he almost did. Because they lie and they make it seem like it is Abrahamic and the next best thing. I mean, I'm not happy with the peace deal that he wrote up. It wasn't grand by any means. Like, it didn't really benefit anybody. Yeah, Ukraine. It more so benefited Russia than Ukraine, but you have to understand who you're dealing with as well. You're dealing with Russia, who isn't going to back down until they get at least the majority of what they want. And then once they have that, you offer security guarantees and you make sure you back those up. I wouldn't have had an issue with that as long as and they have the security guarantees for Ukraine in there. If Russia breaks this, you have our backing fully and we'll help you fight. Like, if Russia tries to invade the rest of Ukraine in like a year or two, like, then we'll back you up and push them out all the way. And Russia loses everything, all its assets. It loses, like, the U.S. will take everything from Russia. Russia's not good. Because Russia moving that close into NATO, it's encroaching on the NATO region as well, and European trade areas. It's in control. It would be in control of a pretty large trade port. They would have much more power, much more income, much more ability to build up. No, you don't. You want to limit other governments for what they can do. Like, they can't buy more than 10 aircraft, and they have one boat instead of 20 boats. Like, honestly, China's our greatest adversary right now. Russia's in the dirt. They don't even have very many armored vehicles anymore. Like tanks and stuff. They don't have them. They don't have personnel carriers, armored personnel carriers. They don't have any of that. They're using cars and dirt bikes to move people to the front. So Russia's actually, Ukraine's doing a very good job at holding them off themselves. Ukraine's just trying to have more of an instant impact using American equipment, wanting to try to get different missiles from us and stuff so that they can attack more into Russia. Develop your own, which I have. I'm not a huge fan of it because it does give Russia too much. You're dealing with Russia, and Russia wasn't going to accept it anyway, but you should have let Russia not accept it, presented it to Russia first, and then see what if they agreed to it. They signed it, then you present it to Ukraine, and then it's on Ukraine's hands. Like, we wipe our hands clean from it. Like, or like, Ukraine and Russia be a part of the negotiations, but they don't want to negotiate with each other. So it's like, without you being present or being there, or vice versa, it's really a waste of time, and you're just assuming what you can get out of it. Well, it was a meeting between Russia and the United States. Ukraine wasn't involved at all, which, like, get a diplomat or something involved in that. Like, I don't, Russia's or Ukraine's a little stuck up. Like, they don't want to deal with Russia at all, but they'll like let US deal with it and handle that diplomacy. And it's like, well, you're not going to be happy with the deal that's made, then you should be involved a lot more. I think Russia also is keeping Ukraine out of it a little bit. They don't want to deal with Ukraine at all either. So it's like, there's nothing good that's going to come out of negotiating that way. It was just a waste of time to negotiate it. It would probably been better to not even come up with anything and just let things run their course. And just say, all right, after this year, we're done. We're backing out. We're not supporting you any longer. The EU can buy weapons from us and provide them to you, but like, no, we're not. We're not giving you discounts and sending you money and it's like, I don't think we should be really necessarily doing that with Israel, but we do, and it benefits our economy because technically it's a buyback. We give them money so they can buy weapons from us, and then we produce those weapons here, creates jobs, and does a little bit more for our economy.
Plum or apricot, then seal them well.
And we don't know everything that happened behind the scenes and the talks and whatnot. Like, I'm sure there was a lot that was talked about. There's a lot to consider. It was a 28-point deal. So, like, these guys are just pissed that they didn't argue for more for Ukraine, but you do that, it's going to fail already. So, like, You gotta like, neither side is gonna like come out of this without pains. Like, unless somebody does a total defeat. But Ukraine can't have. Ukraine's not capable of totally defeating Russia. It's not like it's going to counter invade or anything like that. The best they can do is defend. If they attack, they'll get wiped out. It's easier to defend than it is to attack. But I also think Russia's going to do something stupid and instigate a war with NATO, and then that'll get them wiped out. Because they have been instigating. NATO just is spineless and isn't doing anything about it. And Russia's been flying drones all over these NATO countries: Germany, France, Belgium, Poland, and they haven't even shot them down because they're too worried they're going to start a conflict. Russia's already encroaching. Like, you have permission, like, your land. They're encroaching on your land, spying on your facilities. Like, shoot the darn things down and deal with Russia. Stop being scared of them. But they're scared of them. A lot of it. Well, that's like Belgium right now. Belgium has $200 million of Russian money frozen, and they can liquidate it and use it for Ukraine or whatever purpose they need to defend against Russia. But they don't want to liquidate it because they're afraid of repercussions from Russia. It's like, bro's fine. You're in NATO. Like, yeah. No, I'm full. I was gonna have another burger, but then after I ate the first one, I was like, it was really good, and then it filled me up. I thought after the first one I would still be hungry, and then I finished it. No, I'm good. Yeah, it was good. It was really good. uh, Let's watch this video.
Boil the dumplings in salted water. Lift them out carefully with a spoon so they don't stick to the bottom, then transfer with a slotted spoon into hot butter in a dish. Let them brown on one side. In the butter, you can first brown some sugar and breadcrumbs. Coat with sugar, cinnamon, and brown breadcrumbs. I have to admit I am still having trouble reading this font. It's called Fraktur, but I am getting better. And once I do figure out exactly what the word is trying to spell out, my translating it is also getting better as I continue to learn German through today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world, and all of the lessons are created by real, actual language teachers. I also love it because most of the lessons are about 15 minutes, so you can do 1 or 2 each day just whenever you have time, and it really adds up. And there's so many great reasons to learn a new language. One can just be to better your mind, or if you want to learn how to speak to a family member who doesn't speak your language. I'm learning it because I like to travel, and I am going back to Austria in October, so I plan on using some German. Like when I go to one of the pastry shops, I can ask, "Kann ich die Rechnung haben?" And when they bring me the check, I can let out an audible gasp as I see the total of the bill that reflects all of the dumplings that I do plan to eat. Wirklich? So if you want to start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks, then just click my link in the description or scan this QR code and you can get up to 55% off of your Babbel subscription. That is 55% off of your Babbel subscription when you use my link in the description. Now, I am not going to wait until I get to Austria to have some dumplings, so I better start making them right now. So for this recipe, what you will need is 8 to 10 apricots, 1 2/3 cup or 200 grams of flour, and 3/4 of a cup or 200 grams of quark or ricotta. They're both cheese. They are not exactly the same, but finding quark in the United States can be rather difficult. I'm not exactly sure why. ricotta makes a fine substitute. Then 3 egg yolks, 6 tablespoons or 85 grams of butter, a quarter cup or 50 grams of sugar, a half cup or 65 grams of breadcrumbs, 3/4 of a teaspoon of cinnamon, plus if you want some additional sugar cubes that you can use to stuff the apricots. This is not part of the 19th century recipe, but it is traditional to do in Austria and has been for a long time. So if you want to remove the pit and add those, you can. Otherwise, you still need to start by removing the pit. And you do this by sticking a chopstick or the end of a butter knife or something like that and just pushing it right through. Then you can stuff it with those sugar cubes, or not if you don't want to. Then prepare your dough by adding the 200 grams of flour and the 200 grams of quark or ricotta to a bowl and start to mix them together. Also, let me tell you how frustrating it was that she calls in the recipe for 4 deciliters flour and 20 decagrams of quark. Who measures flour in tenths of a liter, first of all? And second of all, when you weigh them both out, they're the same weight. So it would have just been so much easier to do both in grams or decagrams, I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. So once the cheese and flour are mixed, add the egg yolks and mix those in until you have a sticky dough. Then the recipe says to roll the dough out. Now, honestly, you could probably just take the dough, kind of pat it in your hand, and wrap it around the apricot. It's going to end up being pretty much the same thing, but I am a stickler for following the instructions of old recipes, so I am going to, except for the sugar cube, which I added to several of them, but disregard that, I am going to try to roll this dough out. Frankly, it was way too sticky at first, so I did chill it for a half an hour to firm it up, and then I was able to roll it out, but even then only between 2 sheets of parchment. Then cut out some rounds of dough and wrap those around each of the apricots. This essentially gives you the same exact outcome as if you had just mashed some dough in your hand and wrapped it around the apricot. But as you can see by her measuring flour in deciliters, Ms. Prato enjoyed doing things the hard way. Once you've got all of your apricots wrapped up in dough, then you can boil some water, and she does say to add salt to it. She's not specific on how much. I added 1 tablespoon. Once the water is simmering, gently add your dumplings to the water, and you're going to let them simmer for 8 to 10 minutes, depending on how firm your apricots were. And every minute or so, move the dumplings around so they don't stick to the bottom. Eventually, they should actually start floating. As they simmer, you can go ahead and melt the butter in a pan and add the sugar and cinnamon. Let the sugar melt into the butter and then add the breadcrumbs and toss them into the butter and let them toast for several minutes until they're well browned and fragrant. And depending on the breadcrumbs that you use, they might soak up too much of the butter. You want some of the butter still in there, so you might need to add more butter, or if it's just tons of butter left, then add more breadcrumbs. Once the dumplings are done, you can take one out with a slotted spoon, let the water drip off, and then set it in the pan with the butter and breadcrumbs. Let it sit for just a few seconds to brown on the bottom, as she said, and then start to gently move it around, covering it with the breadcrumbs. Getting the crumbs to stick is kind of tricky. It really just depends on the butter to breadcrumb ratio, but eventually they should build up a decent crust. And while you do that, make sure to like this video and hit the subscribe button. It really does help out the channel, and I can tell you a little bit more about Ferdinand I, Austria's dumpling-loving emperor. The Habsburgs have always been the butt of jokes when it comes to monarchical inbreeding, and usually it's because you can see it on their face. Rulers like Charles II of Spain, Princess Maria Antonia of Austria, and even the elongated head of Ferdinand's father, Franz, or Francis II, last Holy Roman Emperor, and then he became Francis I of Austria. And this head he passed down to his eldest son, Ferdinand. Now, it was known from pretty early on in Ferdinand's life that he was not going to make a typical emperor because he had a lot of disabilities. Some were like horrible speech impediment and things like that, but also he had
What am I gonna do? Okay. Is Leslie coming up? Is Aunt Leslie coming up? No, they're going up to Ohio. Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they actually invited them or not. Do that. Oh, that's nice. One day. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A little bit. He's maturing really like quickly though. Oh yeah, I could feel her able to do it on her own basically. And when I hold her, she usually pulls herself up. Mm-hmm. She would have toppled. She's strong. Mm-hmm. Yeah, keep her from getting stronger. Well, I think it's time to bring out the bamboo seat and that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, she wants to be able to sit alone and play with her things. She loves that play mat. I'm sure she's in the stroller most of the day. Oh wow. Listen up on Monday. Yeah, I need to do that eventually. Yeah, my other appointments are made and ready to go. You get the blood work done. Yeah. Yeah, virtual on Monday. For my she's like a nurse, a psychologist, nurse, or practitioner, something like that. Prescribe. Mm, they don't. She had a weird title under the. It's like a nurse practitioner, psychologist, or something like that. And I'll probably talk with her about upping the dose on my tramadol. Is that the one? No, we have Penton's maxed. And that's true. Yeah. I don't know that it's maxed. It's probably got like room for another like. Yeah, all but maxed. Still got flexibility on the Suboxone, but eventually that'll peak. And yeah, not as well as I wanted to, but it's better than what it was at 2.5. My muscles are contracting and doing weird stuff, spasming, just shocks of pain. Wow. Even like from my lower back, it's like my butt cheek down my leg, my sciatic or something messed up. Probably Dr. Co doing all those injections into my back. So as I say, I like his back. That's all he wanted to do. Just shots in the back, shots in the back. Did it awake too many times. Back shots in the back. They actually put you to sleep because they get close to the spinal cord for the nerve blocker. It was fine. I probably need a nerve blocker. Okay, I'll take my medicine. You want to watch something you could do? Oh. Watch the Hunger Games. Yeah. Camp Rock. High School Musical. That's the mood you're in. Yeah. Boxers on, underwear.
Had epilepsy, which gave him near constant seizures during some periods of his life, so he couldn't hold a glass of water or walk up and down stairs without help. Not exactly what they wanted in a typical emperor at the time. So then why did he become emperor? Well, that is a good... And the other was Prince Clemens von Metternich, his father's chancellor. Now, neither of these men wrote down exactly what their thought process in making Ferdinand emperor was, but when it comes to his father, Francis, it's thought that it had to do with the fact that he just didn't want anything to change, especially the succession line, because he was very conservative when it came to things like this. For most of his life, things had been changing a lot. He had lived through the upheaval of Napoleon Bonaparte and seen the social reforms of his uncle, Joseph II. That is the emperor from one of my favorite movies, Amadeus. Emperor Joseph was a great proponent of the arts, legal reform, and advancements in medicine, and he made the elementary education of boys and girls compulsory. And none of these things were high priorities on Emperor Francis's list. But maybe the worst thing in his eyes that his uncle did as emperor was to curb the power of the Catholic Church in the empire and to promote religious tolerance. As for his chancellor Metternich, he was also very conservative in his views, and he also believed in the strict line of succession and upholding that. But more likely, the reason didn't have to do with succession as much as if Ferdinand was on the throne, then the real power in Austria would be Metternich. So, when Emperor Francis died in 1835, he ended up leaving his eldest son, Ferdinand, the instruction to basically change absolutely nothing and listen to Prince Metternich and his council, mostly made up of other far more capable family members. And this is why, even though Ferdinand was emperor for 13 years, he isn't really remembered for doing much in that time. It was said that during meetings, while everyone else was talking about matters of state, he would sit there and count the carriages that went by the palace, and then at the end of the meeting, he would report on how many carriages went by. Now that's that the council had just discussed. Now, you hear stories like that, but then it's also known that he spoke 5 languages. He was actually rather witty. He was really interested in the arts and in different inventions and gardening. So it's not entirely clear how feeble-minded he was. Maybe he went in and out, or maybe it was just later on, how people wrote about him. Either way, as emperor, didn't do much. But as I said, it wasn't actually his mental state that was the great hindrance, but rather his physical state. In fact, his wife, Maria Anna of Savoy, was said to have referred to herself as his nurse at times, as he could suffer up to 20 seizures per day. Now, during his reign, all of these issues were kept pretty hush-hush from the public, and it was only later, after his death, that stories began to be published about the supposed feeble-mindedness of the emperor, including the story about his love of dumplings. As it was recorded, the story came from the first year of his reign. He and his entourage went down to travel through Styria, a region in southern Austria. And while they were walking through a valley, it began to pour rain. And so they took refuge in a farmhouse where a lady and her husband had just prepared a dinner of dumplings made with coarse flour. This was the epitome of peasant food, and so the emperor had obviously never tried it before. But being good hosts, the couple said, "Would you like to share our dumplings with you?" And Ferdinand said, "I don't mind." The year of his death, to the great horror of the chamberlains and courtiers, Ferdinand helped himself very freely and made a heartier meal of the dumplings than they had ever seen him enjoy at a grand dinner at the Hofburg in Vienna. Well, when they finally return to Vienna, he insists on having these dumplings as part of every meal that he eats. And the chef at the royal palace was flabbergasted, and he was, used to serving really fancy food, and so he was beside himself having to make these dumplings, and the court physicians were saying, "You're eating too many dumplings, this cannot be good for your health." But Ferdinand, who on other occasions never had shown a will of his own, remained this time firm as a rock, and would not give up his fancy for dumplings. When the physicians positively declared that they could not allow His Majesty to dine off dumplings, he stamped with his foot and cried that he would not sign another official document until he had got his dumplings for dinner. Kaiser bin ich, und Knödel musse ich haben. Emperor I am, and dumplings I will have. The reporter wrote this story down in the 1870s, and he said that by that time, in Vienna, the phrase had come into popular use amongst the people and would be used. What a legacy to have as an emperor. 13 years on the throne, and you're known for stubbornly loving dumplings. Alas. Now, the only other real concrete story that we have of Ferdinand from this period comes from the very end of his reign. The year was 1848, which was one of the most important years in all of European history. It is the year that absolutely everything fell apart, and then, for the most part, was quickly put back together again, at least until World War I. There have been entire books and classes written on this one year, so obviously it's very complicated, and I can't go into the entire thing, but suffice it to say, pretty much everyone was part of a revolution. There were revolutions in Palermo, Paris, Baden, Munich, Berlin, Poland, Milan, Venice, Dresden, Moldavia, Wallachia, Transylvania, Prague, Rome, Budapest, and of course, Vienna. Many of these revolutions could actually be tied to a system that Prince Metternich had set up at the peace for a very long time. In 1848, it all fell apart and Metternich was dismissed. But that did not end the revolutions. there was a full-scale war of independence in Hungary that aimed to throw off the Habsburg rule. In Vienna, the Minister of War was taken by an angry mob and lynched near the armory. As the crowds raged just outside the doors of the palace, Ferdinand asked someone, "What is going on? What is all that noise?" And someone told him, "The people are revolting." And he just asked, "Are they allowed to do that?" Well, yes, they were allowed to do that, I guess. Can't really stop them. And so he ended up fleeing the capital and then abdicated in favor of his far more capable nephew, Franz Joseph, who would rule until World War I. Ferdinand is recorded as saying to Franz upon giving up his throne, "God bless you, be good. God will protect you. I do this gladly." Though years later in 1866, when Franz Joseph suffered a horrible military defeat at the Battle of Königgrätz, Ferdinand was said to have remarked, "Well, even I could have done that." See, the guy was pretty witty. He spent the remainder of his life in Prague, gardening mostly, and was by all accounts beloved. He even earned the sobriquet Der Gütige, translated as the kind, or sometimes the benign. Not a bad way to be remembered, I suppose. Though I think even a better way is actually to be remembered as the emperor who absolutely loved his dumplings. Dumplings like the ones that I am about to eat right now. So once all of the dumplings are coated in breadcrumbs, sprinkle with a little powdered sugar and serve. And here we are, the apricot dumplings of Kaiser Ferdinand of Austria. I do believe that they need to be served pretty much right away while they're still pretty warm. Modern recipes, if you look at them, they're a little bit different in how they coat them, and frankly, I think it's probably easier to get the coating on them using modern recipes, but this has a lot of issues. Here we go. That's dainty. That's really good, though. I don't know if you can see that beautiful color of the apricot inside. It's just so juicy. And the outside, wonderfully crisp, like crunchy outside. But then the dough is very soft. It's almost like a shell on the outside and then very soft. Sweet, but it is mostly apricot. So you're getting apricot sweetness, not just sugar sweetness, which is good. The quark, it doesn't taste like cheese in any capacity. It's almost just like, I think, helps the texture. So I'm guessing the potato ones are very similar. I don't know. It's more like a pie dough. They're really good though. I'm taking another bite. Don't judge me for how this looks. So they definitely take some finesse, some patience. Probably better to eat it with a fork and knife than I just bite into it like an apple. Whatever. But they're fantastic, and you should definitely try them. They are definitely worth it. If apricots are not in season, which they are often not, then plums work. And if not, then wait until one of those two things are in season, I suppose. Also, while I am in Europe, I'm doing Austria and Hungary and going to be in Spain and Portugal, I'm going to be posting a lot, mostly over on Instagram. I post some here on YouTube on the community tab, but mostly it's over on Instagram. So if you want to follow me and my travels over there, follow me at Tasting History with Max Miller on Instagram, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. Of all the jobs that a person could have in Victorian Britain, one of the most deadly was that of baker. Onerous hours, demanding labor, and a deadly condition known as baker's lung were just the beginning of the horrible conditions of those who fueled the country on bread like this ginger loaf from 1857. So thank you to Wild Grain for sponsoring this video as we examine the hard times of a Victorian baker, this time on Tasting History. Today's loaf comes from Eliza Acton's The English Bread Book from 1857. Now, most of the bread in this book, and indeed most that was being sold at the time, was very basic, just flour, water, salt, and yeast. But For those who had a little extra cash, they could indulge in something called fancy breads. And this recipe is one of the latter. It is flavored with ginger. Now, it is not gingerbread. It's not cakey like gingerbread. It's not sweet like gingerbread. It's just bread with ginger. So it's actually closer to gingerbread than gingerbread is. But it's not gingerbread. It's a ginger loaf, or rolls. Mix intimately 2 ounces of good powdered ginger, called in the shops prepared ginger, and a little salt with 2 pounds of flour. Then make it into a firm but perfectly light dough with German or brewer's yeast and 1 pint milk, and left again to rise until light. Bake it either in 1 loaf or divide it into 6 or 8 small loaves. So the recipe is pretty straightforward, especially once you come to terms with the amount of ginger in this recipe. It is for 1 loaf. It's a big loaf, but it's still just 1 loaf of bread, and it calls for 2 ounces of powdered ginger. This entire bottle is 1.4 ounces, so it is more than an entire bottle of powdered ginger. And it made me wonder if she was actually talking about a volume, 2 ounces by volume, because they also measured wheat by liter sometimes, or flour by liter. So I don't know, but even then, it would still be a lot of ginger. And she says that the proportion of ginger can be much increased if desired, but the bread should not be habitually eaten for a long continuance, as the excess of any stimulating condiment is often in many ways injurious. She says this because in addition to being tasty, this bread, or rather ginger, is supposed to help with the collywobbles, or digestive ginger. I am going with quite a lot, but not 2 full ounces, but rather a whopping 6 tablespoons, or a heaping 1/3 cup of powdered ginger. Then 7.5 cups or 900 grams of flour, 2 teaspoons of salt, 1 imperial pint or 570 milliliters of milk, and some yeast. Specifically 4.5 teaspoons or 14 grams mixed into a half cup of warm water with a teaspoon of sugar. Then after about 10 minutes it should be nice and frothy. Then the only question is, probably been sold as breakfast rolls. And these were very, very common amongst the burgeoning middle class, but they did make life a little bit difficult for the bakers of London. In 1860, it was written that the bakers had to start work at 3 a.m. And I find that the only actual obstacle in the way of their commencing work at a more of the public for hot rolls for breakfast. He actually begs people to stop ordering these rolls in order to improve the lives of the bakers and, in his words, ameliorate the bondage of the bakehouse. Fortunately today, bakers have the help of automation, so they don't have to wake up quite as early, but if you want fresh baked goods at your unless you get your baked goods from today's sponsor, Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first Bake from Frozen subscription box that works with small bakers around the country to deliver you everything from artisanal pastries, to sourdough breads, fresh pastas, to delicious. Just around the corner, Wild Grain has a new line of seasonal products that will put you in the autumnal spirit faster than one of those oversized cable knit sweaters. They have everything from apple cider donuts to pumpkin cinnamon biscuits to maple Belgian waffles. The bakers do it to have your entire house smelling of fresh baked bread. And right now, when you try Wild Grain, you will get $30 off of your first box plus free croissants for the life of your subscription by using my link in the description. It is wildgrain.com/tastinghistory and use my code tastinghistory for $30 off plus free croissants for the life of your subscription. And now, let's get back to the life of a Victorian baker. Much more difficult. So first, add the flour to a very large bowl and then toss in the ginger and whisk. Then add the salt and make sure it is fully whisked in before adding the yeast. Along with the yeast, you can add in the milk. Now I added the full 570 milliliters, but Miss Acton says that rather less than the pint of milk will often prove sufficient. And she's probably right. I definitely could have added less milk because the dough ended up rather sticky as I started to bring it together. I did have to add a good half cup or more of flour to get it to really come together enough so that it could rise. But the nice thing is you can always add more flour or more milk until you get the right consistency. And once it all does come together to form a shaggy dough, put it in a bowl and cover it and set it in a warm place to let it rise for an hour. At that point, it should have risen quite a bit and it should be a lot less sticky. Then turn it out onto a well-floured surface, and here you're going to start to knead the dough for about 15 minutes. Now, if you want to use a machine, you absolutely can. Process for a
Used
baker.
to it.
The closed knuckles must be violently thrust into the huge mass of tenacious dough. Every part of the baker's body is soon overflowing with perspiration, which falls in large drops and is amalgamated with the dough
Every day.
he is kneading. And he is entirely overwhelmed with fatigue by the time he has reached the end of his killing labor.
Whenever you're
So if
up
you want to
there
add a
doing
little
whatever
sweat
you're
into the
doing.
dough, that would be period appropriate. Gross. Hopefully you're not sharing it with anyone, but it would be period appropriate.
Not down here.
Now, if your arms get tired, there's another thing that you can use that is also period appropriate. To make it very firm, it was prepared by stamping it with the feet. This
You have
practice
that
has
home
been
fault.
continued from the most remote and barbarous ages up to our own times. Our own times being the 1850s, of course, but still, that's not that long ago. Now, after about 15 minutes, the dough should really start to smooth out and rise for another hour to 90 minutes or until it is doubled in size. Then knock out the air and start to shape it into a round loaf. You'll flatten it out and then gather the ends up into the center, then pinch them together to seal the loaf. Then roll it around to pull the dough tight, and once it's nice and smooth, then set it on a piece of parchment and cover and let it rise for another 20 minutes. Then it will be time to bake the bread, and this
You guys
is
get
where we
home,
really
then I
have
wake
to
up for
stray
it,
away
and you
from
leave again.
the Victorian technique, because by this time, most
I have
commercial bakers had moved on to coal-fired ovens. They would take coal, put it into the oven, light it on fire, and heat it, and once it got hot, they would put the bread in. But this would, of course, leave some coal dust in there, and the bread would often have your health. Also, I don't even know where I would get coal. Also, I'm pretty sure that would ruin my oven forever. So, to emulate that, I'm going to set a pan in the oven to get, so it's not the same with the coal, but at least it's that flat hot surface that we're working with. Then uncover your risen loaf and score the top. And you'll want to make sure to score it nice and deep. At this point in time, I was looking at the monitor instead of looking at what I was feeling, but it did make it so it split at the bottom. So score that bread nice and deep. Once it's scored, transfer it to the hot pan in the oven and let it bake for 45 to 50 minutes. Now, while I hope to have this bread fairly close to a Victorian loaf of bread, there will be a few things missing. The coal dust, obviously, but also the many things that were added to plaster of Paris, ground up bones, or even alum, which is today used mostly in detergents. Because good flour was the most expensive part of the bread, and the margins for a Victorian bakery were very slim. So, dishonest, yes, but, they did what they had to do. So, as our bread continues to bake, let's take a closer look at what you had to do to survive as a Victorian baker. The Victorian period, lasting from 1837 to 1901, saw Britain transform from a largely rural and agrarian society to one dominated by city-based people, and by the end, it was over 6 million. So that's a lot more mouths to feed, and bread was the main form of food for most people. Now, there were, of course, more bakers, but they actually didn't keep up with the population of 4 bakers in a bakery, but by the end, those same 4 bakers had to produce 5 times as much bread. And you might say, well, it's because of industry, so they had a lot more mechanized help. But in the baking world, they actually didn't. They were pretty much doing everything the same way that they had decades before. So how did they do it, you ask? Well, they just worked a lot more hours. The journeyman bakers of London are almost without exception overworked. From 18 to 20 hours of continuous occupation, with perhaps a nap of from an hour to 2 hours on a board, may be stated as the rule with the large majority of the trade. These journeyman bakers didn't usually own the bakery. Rather, they worked for whoever owned the building, who had decided to transform the basement into a bakehouse. And most bakeries were just ovens in the basement of a building. There were some that were on ground level where they could open a window and they would sell bread like you think of a bakery, but most just an oven in a basement. It is notorious that most of the London bakehouses are the veriest dungeons, dismal, dirty, and pestiferous. A journeyman stated, "Our bakehouse is beneath the causeway. The bakehouses generally are very unwholesome. The drainage is bad, and we get offensive fumes from the gas pipes, water closets, and other causes, frequently making us quite sick. The reason these places could be so unappealing is that most of them were a delivery-only model, so they didn't have any customers actually coming to the establishment to purchase the bread. Rather, it would be delivered, and they didn't have to hire anybody to either sell the bread or deliver the bread because many of the bakers, especially the younger ones, would do all the baking and then do all of the deliveries, and at a really low wage. The weekly wages of these men range from 12 shillings to 18 shillings, with the allowance of half a quartern loaf to each person per day. The foreman would make quite a bit more, £1 to £1.10 shillings, but the second, third, and fourth hands, they were making less than most unskilled workers of the day, and they were working a lot more hours. The only time that they had off that wasn't for sleep was Saturday evenings. The bakeries would usually close at 3 p.m. and then they wouldn't open again until Sunday at around 10 a.m. So they'd have like a 19-hour weekend. But to get that time off, they then had to work constantly for the 40 previous hours, basically from Thursday night all the way until Saturday afternoon. Taking it all together, therefore, it will be found that a large portion of these men are employed weekly for the almost incredible period of 112 hours, average of the week. So they were working long hours, but what exactly was that work like? Well, it all started with massive sacks of flour that came in from the miller. These sacks weighed 20 stone, that is 280 pounds, and could produce 90 to 100 loaves of bread, which means that those were some really large loaves of bread. As for the flour itself, it was in theory mostly bread, finely ground white flour. The only issue is that the white flour required more processing, which made it more expensive, so they would often use inferior quality flour to fool people. As I mentioned, this could be something like ground up bone, chalk, or plaster of Paris, though other more edible additives like potato, corn, and pea flour were also look nice and white, and it had been used to adulterate flour for centuries, though it had been outlawed in 1758 for that purpose, but it didn't seem to really stop anyone because it was just so useful, despite the fact that in large quantities it is rather toxic. Now, the millers were adding this because it made the bakers would then often add even more alum, not because it made it look white, but because alum retains a lot of water, so it made it heavier. This made it so very often an entire loaf of bread would only be 2/3 flour and 1/3 other. Now, the issue with all of these additives is that they don't actually make bread. They don't act like flour does. They don't absorb the water in the same way. So things like plaster of Paris, it's never going to stretch because there's no gluten in it. It made it so the bakers had to knead the flour even more than they typically would. And it wasn't just one loaf of bread. They were kneading massive amounts of dough in these long troughs. It was hot and they were sweaty and they would often take off half of their clothes while they were doing it. And even at this time, in the mid-19th century, people were surprised that they weren't using machines to help them. It will be asked by our descendants with astonishment if indeed it could be true that at this epoch of industrial progress, our principal aliment were prepared in the gross manner that it is, by plunging the arms into the dough and raising and tossing it about with such force as to exhaust the strength of the half-naked journeyman and cause streams of perspiration to flow and nothing else, out of sight, out of mind. Like I said, most of these places, you never actually saw the bread until it arrived on your doorstep, and even those shops where they did have a storefront, people just accepted that the bread and the... If instead of being satisfied with the aspect of the loaves exhibited in the windows of the bakers' shops, we were to descend into the offices where they were made and witness the want of cleanliness and wholesomeness which attend their fabrication, could see here a reservoir of water which is never changed, there supplies of flour exposed to the influence of an impure atmosphere, either too damp or overheated, and above we should turn away with a very legitimate feeling of disgust. Sickly, she calls them, because alas, that is precisely what they were. See, the bakers would often stay in the bakehouse even while the bread was rising for several hours, and they would sleep there on the ground, sometimes because they wanted to, sometimes because whoever owned the bakery actually locked them in, lest they not return in time to bake the morning's bread. Well, this made it so for hours and hours on end, they were breathing in the flour in the air, the coal dust, and whatever else they were adding to that bread. These living conditions would often lead to palpitation, diseases of the heart, and apoplectic seizures. In 1848, there was a study done of the bakers of Edinburgh, and it was found that almost every single one of them had a horrible inflammation of the lungs that would later become known as baker's lung or baker's asthma. They also suffered from rheumatism, skin diseases, and frequent bloody noses and throats due to the flour dust in the air. There are few old or even middle-aged men among them. The average of the whole 111 was on death, and the constant influx of young men to supply the place of the deceased. I should think that there is no class of men, excepting perhaps the grinders of Sheffield, so liable to severe diseases of the chest as the bakers. The grinders of Sheffield were the people who ground knives down, and so their lungs often were filled with Victorian Britain, who tried to make the lives of these bakers a little bit better. By one way was getting rid of those breakfast rolls that kept the bakers working until the wee hours of the morning. A loud and very just complaint is made against night work, but all know that this is caused by the public demand for hot rolls at breakfast abandoned. There were those that wrote that the baker's lack of good health was due not to the long hours and the strenuous labor, but rather to the fact that they didn't night of the week that they could do anything was Saturday night, and they often spent that night in the alehouses of Britain. But there were others who completely understood
What's up, Ash? How you doing?
Necessary. Exhausted by the inordinate amount of work exacted of them,
Learning how to make bread.
is the temptation during the brief periods which they can snatch from labor wood frames by means of stimulating drafts. No wonder then if in course of time they abandon themselves to dissipated habits. Now in the latter half of the century there were some machines that were brought in to hopefully make the life of a baker a little bit easier. The issue was that the machines were expensive and they usually wouldn't fit into these little basement bakehouses, and so the owners of the bakery would rarely buy them, meaning that few bakers actually benefited from these new machines. There were a few, though. In 1860, a John Jellicoe of Dublin began using a machine that has been able to do away with the necessity of using the hands and feet in kneading the dough. He boasted that it allowed the bakers to change the hours that they worked.
Did you get to play with the, I guess they added abilities for weapons and stuff now?
Habit of shutting the bakers up to work all and hot large bread from 9:30 a.m. Though perhaps the most effective way to lighten the load of a baker was to get rid of the most time-consuming part of the process, and that was letting the yeast do the rising of the bread. And they did this with the addition of chemical leaveners like baking powder or with gas. There was a machine invented by the aerated bread almost entirely by machine, and from beginning to end, it could produce 400 2-pound loaves in just 40
I don't know how I feel about them.
It removed the yeast and instead gave it a nice light texture with lots of bubbles, just as if it had been yeast. Of course, while the texture was the same, the flavor was not, because yeast is where bread gets a lot of its flavor. Alas, while inventions like this did help out bakers, many of them did not get to use them for the reasons I explained, that they would take their jobs. And I guess in many ways they did. I mean, we don't need as many bakers
playing little rivals here and there.
The same amount of bread.
Mostly videos. Watching videos.
Lifetime, but eventually it would.
Keeping up on
There were still plenty of bakers working in dank basements for 18 hours
I want to
a
give
day, making bread for the masses. Bread, light oven, and let it cool completely before slicing.
probably.
And here we are, a massive ginger loaf from Victorian England.
Whether
So I don't think the
waves, I
pictures
have
do
to play
it
that
justice.
too.
I've already
More
cut some
free
off.
to play
that you can
games.
see, but so just imagine that. But this is a big loaf of bread. Really airy. It's not like huge bubbles or anything, but turned out pretty well. But let's give it a
Bread looks
taste.
good.
The thing is,
Yeah, it's fun.
any ginger.
I enjoyed
There's so much ginger in here.
I think I went with like
so much
basically
ginger.
tank
It's-
glass right
I
now
think I
on
did
it.
the math. I
So
think it was about 20 times more ginger.
got to the first
than it is
village of it,
in a
and I
loaf
was
of
like, all right, I
gingerbread.
gotta log off.
It's a lot of ginger. Let's go.
How it does. Ginger's always delayed.
Oh, that's weird.
Gingerbread.
So it just tastes like plain bread. The flavor, it's almost as if like you ate a piece of ginger.
But yeah, I had fun with the little bit that I played.
It's really mild.
It's like a cool free roam game too.
That's shocking. To find it anywhere except for in
I
this
don't like
one
ginger.
cookbook. Gingerbread you can find everywhere, but a ginger loaf that isn't. Wow.
Isn't
Now
sweet.
the ginger is really hitting me. Now it's like burning, burning my throat. This is
That's
very
probably
interesting bread. Weird. It's only growing the ginger flavor. Anyway, not a very popular bread, and I can kind of see why. I'd rather just have gingerbread because gingerbread was extremely popular. So why not just have some gingerbread? I don't know. It's good though. Like I said, it really, really makes you appreciate the fact that you don't have to make hundreds of loaves and that you can make it in a rather comfortable kitchen or wherever you do your baking, rather than a dank basement in Victorian London. Glad I'm not a Victorian baker. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
And
I
will
would
see you next.
survive those times. I might have, but not. I think I'm gonna call it on the stream tonight.